Good afternoon, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It's a pleasure to be back. It's been a minute. I've been focused on some other things in my life other than stream. I've been trying to work on some self-improvement. I've been working out more. I've been eating healthier, getting school done. Clinicals, to be precise. Clinicals have kind of been kicking my ass, but you know, it's getting done. It's all getting done. Soon I will have my psychiatric nurse practitioner license, and yeah, it'll be, I mean, it'll be pretty cool, right? I can prescribe druggos and shit responsibly, of course. So yeah, you know, not much new in my life. I have, okay, hold on. Okay, it's just stream elements. Never mind. I thought it was a bot. But yeah, not a whole lot of like personal life updates that are that interesting. Like I said, just trying to be healthier. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I had to make a gross noise. There is one cool thing I'm working on. Hold on, you can see a little bit of it. Okay. This is a large boy. Can anybody guess what character this is going to be? Any guesses? It's not complete yet. Yes, indeed, the bean. Very squishable, very lovable. This is what I've been working on, commission-wise. Crochet-wise. Repo? That's a good guess, but no. Is it Pokemon? No. Another good guess, though. I will give you a hint. The only thing that's missing is 2 arms and a face. The only thing that's missing is 2 arms and a face. Anybody familiar with Foster's Home from Imaginary... Sorry, from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends? Yeah, it's blue. It's going to be Blue Regard Q Kazoo. Yes, indeed. It's going to be the second one that I made, but this one's much larger. This one is actually life size. This is approximately how big the boy would be. And you could, you know, squeeze him and whatever like they do in the show. I made the bottom nice and flat so he stands up nice. He doesn't stand very well on my leg. But yeah, I just got to add arms and a face. And then it'll be done. Wait. Oh, here. Hold on. There are 2 other things. I got Trafalgar D Water Law. Sorry, that's a spoiler. Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law here. So that's another one that I'm working on. Not quite done with the hair yet. Got to get some spiky hair up there. Some messy hair. And a hat, of course. And then the shirt, it needs to have like a little symbol on it. And then this one is going to be Usopp. I gave him melanin, don't worry. Oh, sorry, baby. I freaked out my cat. I freaked you out. Alright, but yeah, that's about it crochet-wise. Wokesopp, indeed. Alright, but I'm going live today because a couple of people wanted to discuss with me about some things. I'm calling it a debate. I try to do things discussion. Like, I try to format debates as, like, discussions instead these days. So, you know, I am on Platinum Politics right now, as you can see here. So I will Let me pop this out. I may or may not play a game. You know what I've been playing a lot of, actually, before we get started? This shit. This shit. Slither. I've called myself my own name, Alec. I've called myself the Communist Wormifesto, and I got like the red worm with the gold star on it. And then I've called myself, the most recent one is Homosexual. And if you've never played this, it's like Agario if you've played that. But I like this one better. Because no matter how small you are, you can fuck somebody's day. Like if they're really big. It's harder to do, like watch. Like technically, oh, hold on. See, he just got killed, and then you eat up you slurp up the bits. So this is a bot. Oh no, it's not a bot. It's just somebody pretending to be a bot. Slurp up the bits. Delicious. Oh, slurp up the bits. Delicious. And we're already really big. This is going very well, actually. So yeah, fun game. I'm gonna play this one out. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, good. So the idea is you don't want to run into anybody in the side. If you run into each other head on, what I've discovered is the bigger snake wins. So if you run into each other head on, the bigger snake wins. But if you run into somebody in the side, then you lose. So a great strategy is to try to coil yourself around a smaller snake. That's a bot. I'm not going to bother. If it were a little bigger, I might. Also, it's proper form to go full screen, of course. You can also circle yourself around larger snakes if they're coiled up. See, this little turd is trying to get me. Hello, Angela. Go ahead, try it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get lost. Get lost. But yeah, fun game. I remember playing this on mobile back in 2016. It popped off again. I've been watching Queso play it. Anybody watch Queso? Haha, get wrecked. Delicious, delicious. Slurp it up, delicious. Delicious goo. Delicious dots, Dippin' Dots. That's gonna be mine, thank you. Okay, Angela, you're mine, thank you. I'm being very irresponsible. I'm supposed to start the debate now. Yeah, Queso's great. Okay, this idiot thinks he can get me. Goodbye. We got America. Should we try to slither our way around America? Okay, America thought he was slick. This is going exceptionally well. I thought I'd just open it and die. Okay, this little turret's gonna try to get me. This one's just big enough that I might try to circle around them. But it's tough, because once they see that you're trying to do that, it's usually not that hard to slither out. So you gotta kind of sneak up on them somehow. Okay, these two are fighting, so it might be a good time. If they're distracted, that's the best time to do it. Oh, hello. This is mine, thank you. Especially, you gonna let me circle around? Yes, you will! Sorry, you're fucked. Delicious. I might get top 10 soon. That's a bot. Bots are nice to farm. Okay, you're fucked. Goodbye. Bots are nice to farm. And the thing you want to be careful about is you don't want to make yourself too small while you're coiling around. If you make yourself too small, a big guy can come get you. Even a smaller person than you can come get you. You gotta be careful. So that's mine. You think you're slick? They're like mosquitoes? I know. The small guys always think they're slick. They think they can take down the big guys. The big guys are big for a reason. Usually my strategy is to just, like, suckle up the small things. Okay, that's actually... Hold on. Nope, it's not good pickings. Can you not? Okay, you're an idiot. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take somebody just feeding me. We'll take this bot. We might try for this guy, but he'll probably get out. Maybe not. Oh, you're fucked. Get wrecked. Okay, so these two are fucked unless somebody bigger comes along. This is the world's strangest debate tactic, but it seems to be working. Okay, yeah, so these guys are going to try to come in. Yeah, they fucked up. They tried to come in and get me, but they fucked up. I'm letting myself get a little too small here. Okay, we're good. Can you not? Ah, okay, I got fucked. Fun game, though. Anyway, we got a debate to do. Hello, hello. Can people hear me? Hello, welcome in, welcome in. We will be doing some scheduled debates today. We have one scheduled. Actually, I lied. It is just one. But there might be another one afterwards. No, we cannot hear you. Okay, good to know. I'll try to fix that. But Tammy is going to be coming up and we're just going to be talking about... I'm not sure, actually. There were a couple of topics that Tammy brought up, so I'll kind of let her decide. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello, how are you, Tammy?
Good. Is my audio okay?
I think so. It's a
Can
little...
you hear me all right?
Yeah, I think so. It might be a little crackly, but I don't think it's a big deal.
Sorry, I'm just using my laptop microphone. I'm not a professional or anything.
No, you're fine. I think it's fine. Okay, so if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and, you know, what you'd like to talk about today.
Sure. So my name is Tammy. I'm a grad student at UCLA. I am recently graduated with my PhD, and I would identify myself as a liberal. I'm politically ostensibly on the left, but I am not far left. So I had quite a political journey over the last few years. Also, for context, I am trans, so we're going to be talking about some trans stuff. So I want to put that out there as well. So I used to call myself a leftist, but over the course of a few years, I had some real political shakeups in my life. I really fell out with people who considered themselves like left of liberalism, and I've since then started to like doubt a lot of narratives that I've heard, and it caused me to even reevaluate some things about the politics of trans people. So much so that I, for a period, identified as a trans medicalist. I saw
Just
that
real quick,
you, uh,
you're cutting out just a teensy bit sometimes. So you said trans medicalist, right?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I identified briefly as a trans medicalist. I'm going to try and get closer to the
Okay.
mic. Um, and so that was around the time when I first encountered you online. So
Okay.
I saw some of your content. I have to say that I really bounced off of it quite hard the first time around. Uh, but since then, I've kind of mellowed out. I think I found a nice sweet spot where I see a lot of issues with the way that people who identify as leftists talk about a lot of political issues. You can see in the title that there's like gender abolition, anarchy, Israel, Palestine, capitalism, all those things. Um, but I would like to actually have a conversation where hopefully we can find some agreement. Um, Considering that I am someone who is trans positive, is liberal, and is hoping to do things that I think we mutually agree on, I think we can actually come eye to eye on some of these topics.
Yeah, sure. I'm a big conversationalist. Like I tried to structure my debates as conversations these days. I used to be a lot more heated, but I found that you'll attract more flies with honey, right? So I try to meet people where they're at and understand their point of view, and maybe even change mine if like I'm wrong. I'm open to being wrong. So hopefully we can have a good discussion. So what topic would you like to open with?
I'd like to start with the gender abolition
Sure.
and trans stuff, if that's all right.
Yeah,
Unless
absolutely.
it's boring to you, we can talk about one of the other ones.
No, I think it's interesting. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that uh, there's a lot about the current progressive narrative about trans people, which I think is super appealing. Um, I'm all in favor of getting rid of expectations regarding gender roles and stereotypes and all of those things where, given a gender that you are, the expectation being that you should be a certain way, I think is ridiculous. And I love the narrative about you can be however you want to be, regardless of who you are. That's all wonderful. My issue is that I think there is a language barrier between trans medicalists and this progressive narrative, um, where trans medicalists are talking about something that is real, and that if we want to be good trans advocates, we need to learn to acknowledge that there's something true about what they're saying and incorporate it into our advocacy. Um,
Sure. Can I ask a question?
yeah,
What do you think is true that trans medicalists advocate for specifically?
so sure. So generally, a trans medicalist would be someone who thinks you need dysphoria to be trans. Um, that's would be like the basics of it.
Okay.
So I think there is some truth to it that there is a different kind of experience had by a trans person who has dysphoria and someone who does not experience dysphoria at all. And I
Okay.
think it's a
I
qualitative
agree.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So,
Yeah, so
so
I think that if you want to keep going, that's fine. I thought you were handing it off to me.
no, go for it.
Sure, sure. So I think that
I'm
there's
super nervous.
absolutely.
So.
Oh no, please. We have like 10 people watching. But yeah, no, there's, and I probably won't be uploading this either. So, I might unless you want me to. But I've been
I
very
would love you to, but
okay. I mean,
you
I've
can
been
do whatever you
slacking.
want.
I've been slacking on uploads. That's the only reason I say that. It's out of pure laziness. But I uh, I definitely acknowledge the difference between the experiences, right? So, by the way, Chad, I just want you to know you're on my stream right now. So if you're saying you like feet, just know that the entire world knows that now. But anyway, I acknowledge the difference, right? Because one has gender dysphoria and one doesn't, and having gender dysphoria is a different experience than not having gender dysphoria. That is completely valid. I acknowledge the difference, but I don't think that you are required to have a mental health diagnosis in order to identify as trans. I hopefully we can agree on that.
I agree. I think that there should be a distinction in the language that we use to talk about these people, though. So, in some trans medical spaces, there has been a movement to readopt the label transsexual. I don't know if you're
Mm-hmm.
aware of this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's so, for instance, some people will call a transsexual being someone who actually wants to change the sexual uh, dimorphism of their body.
Mm-hmm.
And someone who's just transgender, if we refer to gender as a social construct, is just someone who is going to not go through this medical process. They don't have the dysphoria that's associated with their physical body. And
Mm-hmm.
so, using these two terms, they can distinguish between the two. I don't know if you've heard of this
I
before.
have, and frankly, I'm on the boat of like, if we're gonna say there's a difference between gender and sex, then there's a difference between being transgender and being transsexual. The unfortunate part of that is that historically, as I'm sure you know, transsexual has been used as a slur. So, but rather, it's an antiquated term to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, it's a bit of a, like, I understand why people don't like the term, and I won't use it. I don't use it frequently because I think transgender is a good catch-all. Most people who are transgender go through specific, certain steps. It's just like a good catch-all term. But I do acknowledge that there should be a difference.
hmm Yeah, and if we have issue with that term, we could think of a different term. There is an author called Julia Serrano. I think she wrote a book that really helped me through um, when I was going through the transmedicalist phase. Uh, so she identifies that gender is really two different spectrums. There's the subconscious sex, which is the sex of your, you know, psyche or brain, which tells you if you're in the right body or not. And then there is your social element of gender that you exhibit to the rest of the world. And so someone who is, to use the other lexicon, transgender would be someone who maybe doesn't conform along the social spectrum, and transsex would be someone who doesn't conform on, who has a mismatch between their subconscious sex and physical sex.
Mm-hmm. And most, I would say, I don't know if you agree, but most trans people are both, right? Like that's the general
Um,
consensus.
I don't know if, well, possibly you could say, for instance, I'm a trans woman, and I'd say I conform very much to the societal standard of a woman. Um,
Mm-hmm.
uh, so you could say that I guess, yeah, you could say that I do the femme side of both spectrums.
Okay,
Um,
that makes sense. Okay, so I think we're in
okay.
agreement so far.
I think that if we start adopting this language, um, there's some things that trans medicalists, uh, we can communicate with them in a way that I feel like you haven't done in the past that I think we can. For instance, uh, there's like a concern that gender abolitionists think that if we got rid of this entire social concept of gender, then there won't be a need for trans people anymore because there won't be an expectation of what gender is. But in reality, all that would do is allow ultimate freedom on the social spectrum, but it doesn't recognize that there is still a need on this physiological spectrum. So the trans sex people would still need medical assistance in order to transition, because even if you got rid of all social norms, there would still be gender dysphoria.
I think there would be sex dysphoria at that point, right? Like you would have to make a distinction there as well, because gender dysphoria, if we're making the distinction, has more to do with the social elements of that, where like, you use the women's restroom if you want to identify as a woman, or maybe there are certain jobs that are more I don't want to say fitting, more because that's antiquated. It's an antiquated concept in my head. But there are jobs that women tend to gravitate towards more, like nursing or teaching, things like that, or ways that women dress. So that would be the transgender side of it, and then the transsexual side of it would be, you look in the mirror, you see that you don't have developed breasts, or your hips aren't a certain shape, right? Like you do not like the body that you see, and you want it to be more toward the other end of the sex spectrum. So I recognize the difference there. I think there will always be transsexualism. I think there will always be, people who are obviously born male or female, or somewhere in between. There's a spectrum there, and want to change those elements of their body. But as far as gender goes, I think the big thing for me, and I've given this some thought since you reached out to me, is the biggest thing for me is I don't want legally recognized gender categories, right? Like right now we have M and F on birth certificates and IDs, and I just don't think that's necessary, because if you really think about it, how does that M or F get there, right? It is literally a genital inspection that occurs either in utero or when you're born or whatever, and then they slap the letter on there. And isn't that a little uncomfortable? Like the government doesn't need to know all that. So like that would be where I start. I think from there, gender abolition societally would kind of just be an endpoint that naturally occurs, right? Like as gender categories break down further and further, where we have women wearing pants now, sometimes dudes wear skirts and dresses and nobody really cares. So men are nurses. I'm a nurse. Women are construction workers. So like the more that the gender categories kind of naturally break down, it's progressing towards a point where I just don't see an alternative. Eventually we will just forsake gender as a concept, in my opinion.
I have a hard time seeing like the complete forsaking of gender. Like the thing that you brought up as like your starting point, 100% agree. Like I think there's a lot of stupid expectations, for sure. So you're probably going to be able to like find a lot of places where gender shows up in our current society where it doesn't need to, and you'll get me to like agree, yeah, that's dumb. We can get rid of that.
Mhm.
I don't think it necessarily follows though that like there won't be any gender at the long-term end of this. Because I think that it's not possible to escape the fact that there is an underlying biological difference between the two sexes, that will always need language in order to delineate uh, different expectations we have for both. So, for instance, just to give an example, so consider the language around essay, sexual
Mhm.
assault, if I'm
Mhm.
allowed to say it.
Yeah.
Like, how would we be able to talk about the people who uh, stand at a greater risk from essay, and the people that they maybe should be wary of, if we don't have the language of men or women? And if we got rid of the language of men or women, how would we be able to avoid reconstructing that language because of the differences between males and females biologically that drive these statistics?
That's a good question. I think at the end of the day, most of the sexual violence we see is socially constructed. I don't think that there is an inborn trait. Maybe like testosterone drives it a little bit, but like other than that, I have testosterone. I don't want to brag. I have quite a bit of it, but I don't have proclivities to like go out and assault people, right? So clearly there's more to it. I think that sexual assault is, and I don't have the data, but I'm sure the data would back me up on this. Like I said, socially constructed. It's a it's a couple of things. It's a couple of different factors. But ultimately, I think if we're going to solve sexual assault, right? Like I just saw in the news the other day, for instance, like a woman was sexually assaulting her students, right? We see this time and time again, right? Where a teacher is in a position of power and they decide to take advantage of people beneath them. And that happens with both men and women. It happens more frequently with men, I will grant you that. But it seems to be that a drive for power over other people is the primary driver of sexual assault, right? So ultimately, we would have to ask ourselves, how do we start to break that down? And I don't think it's by separating like males and females into categories, into gendered categories, and then saying, look, this gender's the one that does it more, and we have to crack down on them, because ultimately there are members of both genders that do it. So yeah, does that make sense? Like, I don't think that recognizing the separate genders would help us. I mean, it hasn't helped us, right, in solving sexual assault. If it were to help us, I feel like it would have by now.
Well, I don't think it's helped us solve sexual assaults, but I think it helps us deal with it. At least, suppose under our current society, where sexual assault is a thing that happens and is a thing that's predominantly done by men against women, having this language is at least helpful in mitigating like the harmful effects, because it allows women to talk to find spaces where they can talk about how to keep themselves safe. It allows them to like identify who are people who might be more dangerous. Like maybe if you're walking home and then you see a woman, you're probably going to feel safer than meeting a man on the same dark street. Like just this kind of pattern recognition, this is something that we have thanks to the current presence of gender, and which is serving a benefit of keeping us safe. But I think you asked, does what you're saying make sense? I think it makes sense, but I think it's a question of, because you said that you think that these sexual assault distributions, they're a result of society, that it's not something that's inherent to, I guess, biology, that men have a higher proclivity to commit this kind of violence, and women be the recipients of it. Maybe. What if it's not? Like, I guess this is a factual question now, because testosterone, like you said, does cause a higher propensity for aggression and stuff like that. So if it's the case that there is some biological element that societal, I don't know, reworking won't get rid of, wouldn't it then be worth recognizing it through a category of saying, okay, well, these are people who have this kind of makeup, and these are people who have these kinds of makeup, and maybe we should just be wary about the differences between them, not in a morally loaded way, not in a this person can do this and this person can't do this, just in a way so that we can recognize the dynamics between them.
How much of a role do you think testosterone plays? I'm just curious.
It's a nature versus nurture. I'm going to say
Yeah.
that it plays a statistically significant portion.
Okay.
I think that I'm not going to say it's most. I think that, but I'd also be ignoring my own personal experience, having been on hormones, to say that the effect isn't like very real. What it does, not just to your body, but to your brain. So I think that there's a lot that can be done by just like social treatment, but I don't think that 100%. I think that there will still be some elements that will be biologically determined.
So what if we just forcibly suppress testosterone in people? That'll reduce it, right?
I guess so.
Right.
Probably.
Right. So would that be a solution that you'd consider?
It seems like a hammer to solve what is not necessarily the biggest I don't think we need to neuter men. No.
Okay.
I
It's a
think
fair way
that's
to
an
put it.
excessive solution.
But it would reduce the number of sexual assaults, right? Like even if we could get one less sexual assault, do you think it'd be worth it? I mean,
No,
you like this is a difficult question. I can recognize that, but like, where do we draw this line? Because if we're talking about essentialism as far as like your biology, then maybe if there's a biological component in men or in males, whatever you want to say, that causes them to go out and rape people, then maybe it's worth considering mitigating that biological drive somehow, you know?
maybe. I think that's raises all sorts of ethical questions though about,
Hmm.
you know, uh people's bodily autonomy and stuff like that. Like,
Right.
does the fact that some people will use their body for ill mean that we have a right to regulate everyone's body? I don't think it does. I'm not suggesting here like solutions for sexual assault. I'm just talking about why we might always need a category of men and women. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not sure if I buy it though. Like you're saying we need it because men like are naturally like there is a biological component
Okay.
whereby men are simply naturally more inclined to commit rape and sexual assault, and therefore it would seem to me that the solution would be to mitigate that biological factor, because overall, yeah, we're impeding on people's biological freedom, sure, like their bodily autonomy, but overall, if we're talking about bodily autonomy, what is rape if not taking that away, right? Like that is the ultimate form of taking away somebody else's bodily autonomy, is forcing them into especially a sexual situation which they did not pick. So like, if that is your belief, and this is why I don't believe that, right? Like I said, again a high T individual, and I don't have those proclivities. I don't. So like it's possible then to have high T and to not go out and rape people. So it would seem to me that the
I'm not
overwhelming.
saying that they will. That's
I
also not
know.
my claim.
No. I know it's not your claim, but when we reduce it down to its elements here, I think that the bigger problem is the power differential, especially like with the patriarchy, right? We can agree that there's like we live in a patriarchal society. Hopefully,
Yeah.
men are in charge, and this dominating attitude of men overall, right, is what drives this behavior. Men have to feel like they're powerful, right? I mean, there's even a and I'm rambling a little bit, but there's even like a social component of the more women that you have sex with, the more respect you have, right? You want power, money, and women, right? And all of that is reduced down to power. The more power you have as a man, the more respected you are. And, some men who don't feel powerful go out and rape people. I think that's the primary driver of it. And they rape the people that most often are close to them and easy to do it to, because they have power over them.
I feel like the distinction, though, is that I'm not denying these social elements. I'm just saying, I just feel like you're not acknowledging that there are biological elements.
I won't deny that. I just think that they can be overridden, you know? Like there will always be people who want to go out and commit actions like this. And you could even make the argument that because of testosterone, most of them will be men, sure. I don't think that's a good enough reason to keep the separation of categories. Here, let me back up actually. Do you agree with me that like the M and F should not be on the birth certificates and the maybe the birth certificate, but like no, not even the birth certificate, because that's a government document. They should just be off of government documents completely. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I don't think that it needs to be there.
Right. So I think that's the biggest thing for me, and the biggest thing that we can agree on in this regard is like government recognized gender categories is silly. The government should not recognize gender, period. Like there's a lot of just as a side note, there's a lot of people who are upset about like language like pregnant person or as opposed to mother, right? Or like birthing person. Like that's a big one. People are, oh, birthing person. But like if you think about it, that's more accurate, right? Like not every mother gives birth, and not everybody who gives birth wants to remain a mother, so it's more accurate to say birthing person. So that's what I mean. Like just neutralize the language in government and in law, and then from there, like, you know, if society, the majority of society decides it sees fit to keep the gender categories for some reason, I don't have necessarily a big issue with that. I just think that inevitably the gender categories will break down, because I don't think that the biological component, as far as when you brought up the sexual assault thing, I don't think the biological component is strong enough to keep these in line. I really don't. I don't think the data bears that either.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't have issue with getting rid of male and female on government documents. So if our disagreement is just what would happen about in the long term, then so be it. I guess time will tell. At least on the immediate, I think we agree on what should be done. Um,
Yeah, and
I
we can
I will.
we can still
Yeah.
discuss it if you want, but I agree that it
Yeah.
would be a further out kind of. It'd be like debating, like, okay, after capitalism collapses, like, what's going to happen? Capitalism is not going to collapse anytime soon. So,
I guess. Yeah. I guess then. To go back to the original point of like
mhm.
me talking about humanizing trans medicalists, um, I think that reincorporating this kind of mentality that like, okay, uh, there are those who have sex dysphoria and those who have gender dysphoria, um,
Yeah,
is important in today's political climate because I think a lot of the battles that are being waged legally around gender affirming care, I think gender affirming care, surgeries, hormones, and stuff like that, those are treatments designed to treat sex dysphoria, not gender dysphoria, if we're going by this distinction. So they, uh, when I see in the Supreme Court, like lawyers who are being asked, uh, why should this kind of treatment be allowed, and then the lawyers go out there using the language of, okay, well, you don't need dysphoria to be trans and stuff like that. So it's possible that you can get someone there on these treatments without them actually needing it. And then it causes the Supreme Court to basically question whether there is any need for these treatments at all. I think that's a serious harm. And I think that's maybe why we should wear dysphoria, at least in these conversations regarding gender affirming care.
I think it's less a matter of whether people need it and more a matter of why would we stop them from doing it. You know, it'd be like if I want a tattoo, right? Like I don't need it, but like should it be illegal for me to get one? You know, like I'm sure there are certain ones that should be illegal. Don't get me wrong, but like, you know, bear with me. If I want a tattoo of like, I want to get a One Piece tattoo, for instance, like I think that should be fine. That should be legal. And to keep me from being allowed to do that, right, is infringing upon my freedom to do what I want with my body. And that ultimately, even though it's just a tattoo, you know, it mentally drains me a little bit, and I don't perform as well at my job, and I want that tattoo. Like, why can't I get it? You know, it irks me if I can't get it. So I'm not trying to compare having a tattoo to getting a procedure like that. I am a little bit, but hopefully you can see where I'm going with this is like, it's much more serious for people with sex dysphoria, right? I can recognize that. But like even just with the tattoo example, it's like, why not let people just do what they want with their own bodies? It makes them more productive. It makes them better citizens. Just let them do it.
I'm
And that would be
actually,
my argument.
well, I'm really happy that you used the tattoo example because I think it kind of highlights the issue that I have with this, the the rhetoric that you just used to describe gender affirming care. Because when you talk about a tattoo, there's two things that make it disanalogous to how we want gender affirming care to be. One, it's cosmetic. It's not no one gets a tattoo because they need a
Define
tattoo.
cosmetic.
So cosmetic, well, no one gets a tattoo because they need a tattoo for their own health. They
Right.
get a tattoo for their personal enjoyment, but it's not a medically necessary operation in the same way that someone would need it in order to dramatically improve their quality of life.
Mhm.
In the same way gender affirming care is. And also, you can't get tattoos as a minor. This kind of autonomy is only something that you get once you're grown up. Now, gender affirming care, it is necessary health care, and it's something that minors need to be able to access. So this kind of example that you gave, if we do treat gender affirming care like a tattoo, now we've just basically handed the Supreme Court all the justification it needs to basically restrict it from, minors who need it.
That's fair.
Whereas, yeah,
That's fair. I would return fire with puberty happens either way. It's gonna happen, right? Like, and so if it's gonna happen, like, honestly, like, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, like, puberty blockers for all children might not be the worst idea if you want to talk about, like, whether or not they're old enough to make the choice or whatever. Like, the reason that we use puberty blockers for trans kids is as a compromise. Because people have, it's literally just a compromise. Because people have said, oh, they're not old enough to make this decision yet, blah, 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 blah. But, like, at the end of the day, when you're 12 or 13, you start going through those bodily changes, or earlier, right? Like, you start going through those bodily changes, whether you like it or not. And so we might as well make it so that you like it, right? Like, all we're doing is intervening and going the opposite direction sex-wise. Then your genetics would dictate, because we're just overriding genetics at the end of the day, right? It's no different than, like, natural puberty. Like, if you're going male to female, it's no different than natural puberty for somebody who was assigned female at birth.
I mean, obviously I'm pro puberty blockers.
Right.
I know the benefits of them, and I know, like, how crucial they are, and I completely agree that puberty itself, just the act of allowing it to happen, is a choice. The issue is that most people don't see it that way, because to them, it's just what's going to happen on its own, and the choice is intervening with any sort of medical steps. So if you are someone who's trying to make the case for why puberty blockers should even be allowed in the first place, like, starting from what you just said of, like, well, everybody should be on puberty blockers and then decide which puberty, like, you're gonna have an uphill justifying why in the world should we have that? Like, these kids, like, how are they supposed to make these decisions? They're minors. Like, we don't let them make choices like voting. We don't let them make choices like tattoo. Why would we let them make the choice about puberty? That's what they're gonna tell you.
But that's what the point of the puberty blocker is, right? Like, I don't know. I haven't, like, done the deep thinking of whether or not a 12 or 13-year-old is, like, mature enough to make the decision of what they want their eternal body to look like, right? Like, I don't know. And so if you want to make the argument that they're not, then all of them should be on puberty blockers, right? Until they're, like, 15 or 16, when they're, like, at least, ideally we could improve puberty blockers to be until they're 18, and then they can go through puberty, like, if that's possible, like, and then they're adults and then they can make the decision. But my point is, it should be a consistent standard across the board, because you're going through puberty one way or the other.
I'm sympathetic to that.
Right.
I'm obviously sympathetic to that because, I've experienced incorrect puberty and all those things, and I've done the research on puberty blockers. ultimately, the only people who are going to care about puberty being blocked are people with sex dysphoria, right? Those are the only people who this actually matters to them. Because to people who don't have sex dysphoria, like, yeah, you can block it, and then eventually they'll just have, puberty the normal way. And to them, all you've basically done is just put it on hold for a bit.
Right.
And all I'm saying is that if we're doing this in order to benefit the people with sex dysphoria, we might as well give the strongest possible argument for why we should allow it that will convince the most people. And the strongest argument is because this is necessary healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely come at it from that angle. I like to come at it from the consistency angle, like I just mentioned. But if you want to go at it from the necessary healthcare, it absolutely is. If you look at the data, I'm sure you have. We have better outcomes when we put trans identifying children on puberty blockers and then allow them to make their own decision as to whether or not, at 15 or 16, as to whether or not they want to continue the transitioning track, right? That's just what we've seen. And so, I have no problem with continuing puberty blockers for trans kids. I think we agree on that, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
I've met way too many trans kids in order to think that these aren't absolutely life-saving medications.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like, I always try to, get in people's heads and have them imagine themselves. Like, if I were to start developing breast tissue, which is possible, it's called gynecomastia, I'm sure you know. When I was like 13 or 14 and I had, to be crass, big honkers, right? And I got bullied for it. And I looked in the mirror and I'm like, why the fuck do I have breasts? I'm supposed to be a dude. What's the treatment for that? It's a mastectomy, right? And we do that for boys as young as 14. And I just think that I forget exactly where I was going with this, but I think that, again, consistent standards across the board. If you have a trans boy who's 14 and growing breast tissue, he should also just as easily be able to get a mastectomy. Otherwise, you're just discriminating. Right? Like, to me, this just makes logical sense.
I don't disagree with you there. I think that I think the next natural place where the need to talk about like biological differences, I guess, would probably be like trans sports.
There's one.
So the last place where I get super angry at the state of trans advocacy. Actually, before we go into transport, let me just give you one small rant about trans advocacy. Is I feel like
Sure.
there is a way overemphasis on like gender non-conforming trans people in like media perception.
Sure.
I think that the issue is that most trans people who are trans, trans sex, who have sex dysphoria, they just want to blend in. And so they don't want to actually broadcast that they are trans. And so that creates this unfortunate effect where these people who don't believe in gender abolition, who just want to blend in with the current strata and just have a recognition that it's okay to be trans, it's okay to transition, it's okay to have gender affirming care. These people, their voices fade away because their whole purpose is to fade into the background. So this is just my issue with the state of trans advocacy. But with trans sports, I feel like this is really over the line. I think that trans advocates just need to stop talking about sports.
Why?
Because I think that this is where we're going to, our worldviews are fundamentally coming to at odds, because this is where we need to have a recognition between the biological reality and the what is social. And I maintain that there is a biological element to having, you know, certain physiology and certain chromosomes that unfortunately we need to grapple with. So, especially post puberty, there is a little bit of differences pre-puberty. I don't think they're really significant, so I don't really care about the sports issue for young people. But post-puberty, when we get to college, when we get to professional sports, when we get to the Olympics, stuff like that, little differences make for big outcome changes.
Right, but that's
And
sports.
yeah,
That's sports.
I
Like
agree.
there are
I
biological
agree.
differences between all of us, right?
Sure. There is significant differences though between uh, people who have male puberty and female puberty, though, that are so significant that we have elected to create different leagues for men and women in society.
Have you ever looked at a picture of Michael Phelps?
I am familiar. He is a triangle.
He's built like a fish man.
Yeah.
Should he have his own category, is my question.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Unless there were like a whole class of Michael Phelps, in which case maybe it would be
Why does
reasonable
it
to create.
matter? This is important. There's a huge biological difference between him and every other man on Earth.
Because we, as a society, have decided that women should have the ability to compete in sports
They
on
can.
a field where they can win. That's what we
They can, though.
decided.
Did you know that a lot of the sports that a lot of the segregation that we have today in sports comes from the fact that women were starting to win in some things? Like, I know archery is a big one. Baseball, actually, they banned women from being allowed to pitch in baseball in MLB. Like, because there were men who were getting embarrassed. Did you know that?
I did not, I'm not familiar with this particular story. It may be true. I'm going to have to look this up, but I do know that in plenty of sports, like say track and field, weightlifting, uh, there's just not a lot of reason to think that women at the high end can outperform men. Maybe on
Okay,
exceptional cases, but not on the aggregate.
but there are a lot of factors to consider, like the amount of funding that women's programs get and the training that they like, the quality of the coaching that they get. Like these are problems that we should tackle first and foremost, in my opinion. Like we should, if you really want, like, I hate to say it, but separate but equal, athletics for men and women, fund them the same, advertise them the same, like, but nobody cares about this part. And I find that interesting.
Well, you're talking to someone who does care, so I
Right.
would be in favor of all of that.
Okay, that's great, but
100%.
that should be first and foremost what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like that should be front and center, in my
It's
opinion.
we're okay. I'm here to talk about trans politics, though, so that's why I didn't lead with the we need equal like I'm 100% with you on it,
Okay,
and I would lead with that
okay,
if I were sitting here talking to a Republican. Then
sure.
that would 100% be because I'd be like, why is the Heritage Foundation now talking about getting rid of Title IX? Like, what's up with that? That's what I would. I'm not sitting with a Republican right now, so I don't feel the pressure to lead with that, but I'm 100% with you on that.
Okay,
So I'm just, yeah, talking about like where we maybe disagree rather than agree.
fair enough. Here's the bottom line for me. Sports is about the competition of it all, right? And sometimes, the world's not fair. It's simply not. There are going to be people who are born male and have lower constitution than most females. Like I work with a client who was born with SMA, spinal muscular atrophy. He is bedbound, nonverbal, trach vent status, can't move a muscle. All right, he can only move his eyeballs. So and he will never, ever, ever, ever compete in anything ever. He lays in bed. And so like, and so there just is inherent unequalness in our biologies. And so
Sure.
like, I just don't buy that the difference between a trans woman and a cis woman is like so massive, so like unbelievably jarring, right? That like it's almost like, I like to put it like this. They we almost make it out as though women are these like dainty little petite snowflakes, and men are like these hulking gorillas. And that's just not the case. Like, it's silly. It's very silly. Just let them all compete together. And ultimately, if you want to get down even more to the nitty-gritty, I think that it should all just be meshed. Like, eventually, like, it should all just be one. Like, here's the Olympics. Here's who's competing in the running race. There's a, maybe it's mostly men and a couple of women at first. That's fine. Like, but at the end of the day, I want to see who can run the fastest, regardless of what their gender is and what they were born with.
So
they should all have that chance.
This is my issue, is that I feel like there are several arguments in there. Because at first it sounded like you're saying you don't think that there is a substantial difference between trans women and cis women, which, okay, that's a position we can talk about. Like, is there actually a substantial difference? Maybe there is, but that's actually not where your argument ended up, because it seems like, as you talked, you've ended up saying that even if there was a substantial difference between trans women and cis women in terms of their inherent ability, you wouldn't care, because you don't think that there should be a distinction between men's sports and women's sports.
In the long term.
Yeah. While that... Do you recognize that if we were to get rid of that category, then that could mean that there will never be, like, a woman winning the tops, like the #1 spot again?
Then
or maybe once in a long time.
Bet then. I want to see it. Like, what if there's a woman who's born a girl, of course, but she grows into a fine athletic woman, and she wants to compete against Usain Bolt or somebody equivalent to Usain Bolt, right? She should have that opportunity. We're depriving women of the opportunity to showcase what they can do at the highest levels of competition by saying they're lesser. I think that's demeaning. Don't you? That's just demeaning.
I don't think there should be anything preventing a woman from competing in the men's league, but I don't think we should get rid of the women's league, because I think what would happen if we got rid of, because I'm totally with you if you're saying, well, a woman shouldn't be barred from competing with the men just because she might be at a disadvantage because they have gotten to train on testosterone. Sure, that's fine. If you want to play with like a handicap in the big leagues, then sure.
But what's the handicap? What do you mean handicap? What is it? What's the handicap?
So if you have a male puberty and say you're an athlete, a professional athlete, that means you essentially got to, in your formative years, train while having a performance-enhancing drug raging through your system, which is something women don't get.
They could. They could. If they wanted, yeah, they could. If they wanted that badly, right? Like, men get a natural surge of testosterone. You're right. Most men, I should say males, right? Males get a natural surge of testosterone, some more than others. I was low T before I went on testosterone replacement therapy. I was on it for a while, and now I'm a higher T individual. So, like, there are natural differences regardless of, like, the sex that you're born as, right? And so, like, if women want to take testosterone to increase their performance levels, I think they ought to be allowed.
Should men be then allowed to take more testosterone in order to enhance their performance?
If you want to have there should be limits to, like, well, I don't know if there should be limits, but if you're going to make limits, they should be consistent across the board. Like, you can't have, like, let's say that, okay, you can't have a T level higher than 2000, right? 2000's the cap. So, like, then you can take as much T as you want until you hit that 2000 cap, right? And you're required to, like, at the highest levels of competition, this isn't like for kiddie sports, at the highest level of competition, you, like, submit your lab tests, you show that you're 2000 or below, and that's it. And then you get to compete.
So my issue here is that um, in our effort to make it so that okay, well, women can compete in the same league, we've essentially talked our way into allowing performance-enhancing drugs in sports, and I feel like we're kind of compromising on the idea of sports being like about humans becoming the best version that they can naturally be without like money going in like technology and like uh
But people
drugs
already
going
do
into it.
it. People already do it. They're doing it already. You might as well just make it allowed.
So
If
we
you
should
want to
just let
have
the
listen,
Russian Olympics back in, I
if you want to
guess.
have natty sports, right? Natty sports, fine. You're not allowed to take any substances. Just raw dog it. This is what you were gifted with. Go at it, right? If you want to blow your heart up running the speed of a horse, I think that's your God-given right, frankly. Like as long as you're being monitored by a doctor, right? And the doctor has told you, listen, you can do this and you will run faster, but you'll also live like 5 years shorter, at least. As long as they're informed, who's like, if that's how badly, like, you only have one life to live. If it's worth 5 years of your life to run the speed of a horse, then I say go for it.
In an ultimate libertarian world where, you know, sure, but can you see then why, based on your argument, people feel like you're attacking the integrity of sports when you're saying, uh, well, why not allow performance enhancing drugs? Why not? Who cares? Like,
They can feel like that if they, like I said, have a natty category. You're not allowed to take anything. But like, what's taking something? How about B12? Can I take that?
I don't know what B12 is. I'm
It's a
sorry.
vitamin. You get it over the counter.
Oh,
It's
oh,
in like meat and stuff.
I think that one's probably fine. I don't think that's
Okay,
considered
well,
performance enhancing.
okay. What if I want to take like an injection of what is it called? Uh, I can't think of what
Human
it's called right
growth
now.
hormone.
Not HGH. No, it's I've taken it before. It's a completely natural substance. NAD plus. It's just like it's supposed to boost your energy levels, but it's completely legal. You have to get it prescribed, but like it boosts your energy levels. It's supposed to like clean out your not your ribosomes, your mitochondria or something, right?
Mhm.
So like, what if somebody takes that, or like, what about caffeine? Oh, no more caffeine, right? You can't have a monster before you run that race. Like, where do you draw the line?
I think for a lot of people, it's just much easier to say, okay, we can identify maybe not a fine line, but if you show me a performance enhancing drug, one that like, uh, it's like the rule for porn. It's like, I know it when I see it. Um, like if your drug is actually, going to dramatically statistically change the outcome, then of how well you do in a way that like someone who doesn't take the same drug as you is now at a disadvantage, I think then should be considered a performance enhancing drug. And something like B12, that wouldn't be a performance enhancing drug because while you might need to take it in order to perform at your best, it's not like giving it to everyone else is necessarily going to dramatically improve their performance. So you're not creating like a new necessary standard.
I can recognize that there is a line somewhere. I'm not like saying B12 is equivalent to snorting a line of cocaine before you run, but like at the same time, I just we've kind of gotten off track from the trans thing, I guess. But like, what is sports about? Like it's supposed to be two things. One, somebody gets to show off how well they can do a thing. And you can say it's like more specific, but it's just how well can you do a thing? How well can you run? How high can you jump? How far can you jump? How far can you throw a ball? Right, a metal ball that weighs this amount. It's just arbitrary, and that's one is that somebody gets to show off that they can do a thing, and then the other thing is it's entertaining. You know, those are the two purposes of sport. One person gets to show off, other people entertained by it. And as long as those two things remain true, I don't really care if people want to use performance enhancements. I personally wouldn't. I value my body more than I value my ability to throw a metal ball very far. But some people like to throw the metal ball and they want to see how far they can throw it. And I think it's totally fine if they want to enhance themselves. So anyway, to get back to the main point though, like if women want to take testosterone, if they feel like that will boost them, as long as they're staying within whatever limits are set, like to compete with men, right? If there are limits, I don't even know if there are, or they're being monitored by a medical professional, what's the problem? Like, as long as there's a standard.
So the problem generally with performance enhancing drugs is that it creates a standard where, yeah, you don't have to take them and you could choose to compete without them. But if you want to succeed, if you want to win, if you want to be a professional, well, now you're going to have to. So
sometimes that's part of it.
It's a bit sad though, because like you said, you wouldn't do it because you value your body. And so now you're making people choose between their body and a career.
They already do that.
But
look at football players.
Well, but we put a lot of effort into trying to minimize that, and we surely if we made performance enhancing drugs legal, like in like Olympic level or professional levels, all of these people would be doing them, right? Because that would become the new requirement, because they wouldn't be able to compete with the people who do choose to do them. It's mutually assured destruction. Like you've unleashed a nuclear weapon into the hands of these athletes.
Again, sports is just entertainment. So like at the end of the day, I think if you want to have a category where people can use whatever they want and blow their hearts up running the speed of a horse, that's fine. If you want to have a category where you just, and I understand why you just want to see what God gave you, you know, just run with what God gave you and then like just see how well you can do with just that. That's fine. Okay, you can have two categories for that. Honestly, if you want to be real, that'd be a better distinction than men versus women. You know, like natty versus enhanced. I think that's fine.
If that's your position, I actually am really happy that you own it, because I feel like a lot of people like wouldn't own up that like, yeah, I'd be okay with this sort of thing. But I like that you're upfront about it. But and that's fine. I think you can believe that, but I think then you have to be realistic with the fact that the complaints that people have about, well, you want to, you're going to upend like all the elements of fairness that make up sports, all of those are completely true, at least the way that standards of fairness are currently set up. You would completely upend all of that. And I think then when a person like Gavin Newsom acknowledges that, okay, it's reasonable for people to have concerns about fairness in sports, I don't think it's transphobic of him to say that when, you know, trans advocates, like you just did right now, are actually advocating for stuff that would completely upend the system, like you just said.
Are trans women women?
Yes.
Then they should be allowed in women's sports. Otherwise, you rename it.
Well, aren't women on performance enhancing drugs also women?
Yes.
Should they be allowed?
I mean, we've gone over what my position on that is. Like,
I mean, I guess so, but that's the issue. That's where we are.
But if you want, okay, here's the thing. If you want to set a standard for women, right? Like, you can only have T levels this high, right? Fine. That's consistent. And then that way, even if you have a cis woman who's trying to use performance enhancers like testosterone, it's the same thing as if she were trans, right? Like it had natural testosterone. Like my point is consistency. If you want, if I just don't think that keeping trans women from competing in sports is a reasonable thing to do. Because like if you look at Leah Thomas, for instance, great example. Okay, she competed at the highest levels in men's swimming, and then she started to transition, right? And this research shows after about a year to 2 years of transitioning from male to female on estrogen therapy, that puts you at about roughly the level of a, natural born female athlete, right? Like it neutralizes the advantage that you had as a result of testosterone or whatever else, for the most part. All right. If there's like a tinge of, bone density, okay, fine. You can recognize that. But ultimately, it's just negligible. There are women who are born with higher bone density, more muscle mass, whatever else, just naturally. There are plenty of women who are born naturally more strong than I am. I mean, there are women who could outlift me under the table, right? Like, I think that people exaggerate the difference.
I think some people exaggerate and I think some people underplay it. I just think it's there. I just think there is a difference, and like in some ways, like it does get neutralized by hormones. There's some things that don't, like lean muscle mass, wingspans, lung capacity. Those things won't change under HRT. And maybe in some sports, having a bigger wingspan with lower muscle mass actually is a disadvantage, And maybe in those sports, trans women are actually at a disadvantage relative to cis women, in which case I have zero issue with them competing. But it's just going to be on it's like an objective, a scientist will have to go through and see, is there a statistical advantage, sport by sport, muscle by muscle kind of thing. And if we find out that there is an advantage, a statistical significant advantage, I think it's reasonable to say, well, you got to spend puberty on a performance-enhancing drug. And if that's the case, sorry, you can't compete here.
What if
You
we
should have
call
been
it?
on puberty blocker. Sorry.
What if we call it AFAB sports?
Sure. If you want to rename it.
AFAB sports. Yeah, you had to be born and assigned female at birth. Like, I'm just looking for consistency. That's all I'm looking for. Because if trans women are women, and it's women's sports, then trans women should be allowed to at least be considered. If there are parameters that they don't fall within, then so be it. But they should at least be considered for women's sports. Otherwise, call it AFAB sports. Or something else, because you're not allowing all women to compete. It's not women's sports. It's a very particular set.
To the person who asked me if cis women with PCOS should be banned from women's sports, no, I don't think so. But I don't think that PCOS is as much of an advantage, but maybe I'd need to reconsider if it is. But that would if it was the same, then I guess I'd need to reconsider some things. All right.
Do you see my point, though?
I see. I completely agree with the appeal to symmetry. I just think that we're not seeing the same picture. So to me, what looks symmetrical is not what looks symmetrical to you.
Perhaps. Like I said, bottom line, if it's women's sports, all women should be allowed to throw their hat in the ring, and that includes trans women. Otherwise, call it something else.
I think that there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think it's totally reasonable for you to have that position. I just think that it's 100% also reasonable to have concerns about fairness, and I get so agitated when people get called transphobic for having these concerns that I'm basically discussing right now. So, because the number of people that I'm going to bring them up again, Gavin Newsom got called transphobic by so many people over this, despite being such a massive trans ally and putting so much incredible trans legislation through, I think is an example of why I think current trans advocacy is in dire straits.
I think it's in dire straits primarily and foremost because of conservatives. I think there was a time that nobody gave a shit if trans women were competing. Literally, I never heard about it. And trans women were competing nonetheless. And not very many of them, mind you. But no matter how many of them are competing and no matter how well they're doing, they're women. So like, would I call Gavin Newsom a transphobe on the level of somebody like I don't know, who's Ron DeSantis, right? No, of course not. There are levels to these things. But what he said about trans women in women's sports is transphobic, because you are saying, you are otherizing trans people, specifically trans women, right? You're saying, well, they're women asterisk. The asterisk being they just can't compete in women's sports, or they can't use women's locker rooms. But other than that, they're women. So at its root, it is transphobic. That's where people are coming from, and that's why they get so upset.
I just completely disagree. I mean, if you showed me, or if you showed Gavin Newsom someone who's a trans woman but was on puberty blockers, so they never went on male puberty, I think both of us would say, oh yeah, of course that person could compete. They're a woman. But like, I don't think it's
Possibly.
transphobia that's motivating this concern. And I think calling it transphobia is
But it
missing the
is.
mark in a way that I don't agree, because I don't think it's, because if
Okay.
transphobia is thinking that like you're not actually a woman, or you're not or that you're lesser for being trans, or that you can't change your gender, I don't think that that's what motivates these concerns. It's not a transphobic concern. And like, I think uh if the fact that the puberty blocked trans girl can compete under the same view, I don't think it is transphobia that's motivating it. And I just don't like that we use the hammer of transphobia to whack people who otherwise are like great trans allies.
The saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I'm familiar.
Right. So, okay, my motivating principle is fairness in sports. I want a level playing field, right? And what I see when all through my childhood and then in adulthood, I see boys versus girls sports. There's boys and there's girls. And the reason that there's boys versus girls is because boys develop one way and girls develop a different way, right? And there are advantages that boys have that girls just don't. And that's what I see growing up. And so I get older, and now suddenly I'm hearing about this trans phenomenon. Oh my goodness, these people there were boys before, but now they're saying they're girls and they want to compete with girls just so they can win a few medals, right? I get it, okay? That's where most people are coming from. But the reason that they are doing that is because psychologically, right? The way, and this is why I'm a gender abolitionist, mind you, the way that they are, the neural connection that they've made is that if you were born with a penis and balls, you're a boy. And even if you are, even if you're trans, I'll call you a girl. I'll call you a woman, right? But no matter what you do, there is some kind of inherent, almost spirit, like a soul almost, like a gendered soul inside of you that can never change, ever. And so this might be a minor issue to you, and I recognize that you're a trans woman. And so I don't want to preach to the choir here, but trans people and their allies are upset at the trans sports thing. I would say for two reasons. One, the reason I mentioned, where it's you're a woman asterisk, right? You don't get to do all the things that women can do, just like these most things, but not all of them, right? That's one. Two is that the sports issue has been made a cudgel. It has been put front and center by the conservatives to disqualify trans women from anything, from existing in public spaces.
I agree.
Right.
I agree.
And that's why they love to beat us over the head with it. Trans women in sports. It's not fair. Look, they're actually men in dresses. It starts with they're women, but they're just stronger than other women. But then it progresses to they're men trying to cheat.
I agree it's a cudgel. I think this cudgel only works, though, because folks like you and other trans advocates defend it when I think that, like, because when you are being, hit with this cudgel, you react by saying, well, maybe we should allow performance enhancing drugs, which is like, this is
Okay, but
playing directly into
come on, that's
what Republicans would
hold
want you to
on.
say.
But we got there through a very specific line of reasoning, and I feel like I logically arrived at that conclusion through our conversation. You asked me, like, what about, like, testosterone is a performance enhancing drug that most boys just get automatically. Okay, fair enough. Then maybe women should be allowed to take it. You level the playing field. Like, that feels like a logical solution to me.
Am I transphobic?
I think that there is some... That's a good question. I'm going to be very careful about this. I don't think that, again, there are levels to this. I think you're Gavin Newsom transphobic, not like Ron DeSantis transphobic. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Where it's like there's some ideas that you have that at their root are a little transphobic, yes. I don't think you are I wouldn't identify you as like a transphobe, if that makes sense. But like it's a little bit there. Yeah.
I just feel like it's really rich when we're at the point where you're being transphobic, when I've been like so quick to, every time you'd ask, like, the moment you say, are trans women? Yes. Like, I am 100% with you on
But do you believe
so
that?
much stuff. I do believe that. I believe trans women are women.
Then they should be allowed to compete in women's sports, yes?
But I then gave you like, well, but what about the performance enhancing drugs? And then your reaction to that was, well, we already talked about that. And like, yes, we did talk about that. You were okay with performance enhancing drugs. I'm not okay with performance enhancing drugs, but that's not transphobic of me. That's just it's just frustrating.
Should trans women be allowed to compete in women's sports? Yes or no? Should they be allowed? Some
of them.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Okay, which ones?
I think the ones who have had puberty blockers and didn't go through male puberty should absolutely be allowed.
So if you didn't go through male puberty, you're shit out of luck. Or sorry, other way around. If you did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think that just is the unfortunate consequence. And I think that's why puberty blockers are important.
Okay, but again, I must stress, excuse me, the research has shown that on estrogen therapy, I hate to circle back around to something that we've already touched on, but on estrogen therapy, after about 1 year to 2 years, it levels out the advantages that you get from testosterone. So what's the problem?
Not in all regards, like in terms of muscle density, perhaps not in terms of other things, like I've mentioned, lean muscle mass, wingspan, lung capacity, things like that. Those don't equilibrate. Like, there's nuance to it.
Then why didn't Leah Thomas get first?
Why didn't she get first?
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. It's a sample size of 1. It's difficult to say when there's so
How many
few.
of them get first?
It
should be all of them.
I don't know. I don't think it should be all of them. It's like a statistics.
Should be at least most of them, right? Should be most.
I'm not sure, because there's other complicating factors, because there's like some trans people have a harder time like getting access to like good training because they're worried about discrimination, stuff like that. Like, there's all sorts of confounders. But this is ancillary.
So what I'm hearing then, but what I'm hearing is that what I'm hearing though is that it's really not that big of a factor. It's not.
If there isn't a statistical difference, then yeah, they should be allowed to compete. But the issue is, my issue is that I'm flexible. If we find that there is no statistical advantage, then I'd be all for trans women competing. If there was a statistical advantage, though, you would still be in favor of trans women competing. That's the issue.
They're women. If you don't want them to compete with other women, then call it something else. Call it cis women's sports.
Maybe we should just rename it that.
Call it cis women's sports.
Okay.
At least name it properly.
All right.
Just be consistent. That's all I'm asking for.
Do you? Yeah. I feel like. Yeah. I feel like I'm not gonna move you on this, and
Okay,
I don't.
that's totally fine. We can, I mean, we
Do
can
you
move
want to?
along the conversation if you'd like. We can talk about something else. I do have to run to the restroom real quick, though, if that's okay.
Okay. Maybe I'll
All right.
go too then if you're going to the restroom.
Okay, I will be right back. Give me just a sec, chat. Okay, I'm back. Before we move on with Tammy, I'm going to read a little bit of chat. More of an ignorance there. Yeah, but it's like a transphobic ignorance, right? I think she's reading the room from a conservative perspective, which is, yeah, probably ignorance. Yeah, that's why I said I wouldn't call her a transphobe. I just think there's like a little tinge of it. I remember seeing a debate about this somewhere else. Someone came up with transsex in place of transsexual. But I don't know. Transsexual, I think, will make a comeback eventually. Do not take caffeine before a run. Side stitches are hell. Not just trans athletes, but POCs who often have different patterns of chromosomes and hormones, cis people with body dysphoria, and etc. Oh, you think she should listen to and read to more diverse people's stories? Okay, we're gonna go back.
Going on. Trans women's sports thing. It was feminists who raised hell.
Okay.
Hey.
Hello.
So
Welcome back.
yes, there there are people like there's anarchism. There's calls for anarchy in your chat or in the Discord chat.
We're gonna talk about anarchy next.
We could. I'm worried it'll be incredibly nebulous. So whatever you prefer, anarchy or Israel Palestine, whatever is more your preference.
Israel Palestine is the more pressing issue. I'll let Platinum Politics decide. What do you guys want? Type your response. Anarchy or Israel Palestine? Because I'm neutral. I think that I would rather talk about anarchy. I think that Israel Palestine is a more pressing issue.
Okay, well, yeah, then let's talk about anarchy then.
Israel's a bit too hot.
Bit too hot, I agree. I live in California. It's already very hot here. Israel's even more hot.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. So Nova wanted to be Nova. Where are you at on coming up to talk? I know that you've been wanting a debate with me for a while, so I felt bad that like I scheduled this one, but we were talking about it even before that. So let me know where you're at. I got AP in like 30 to 40 minutes. Oh, okay. Then Nova, how about you and I? We'll talk in private about when we'll do ours. Tuesday would work for me, but we'll figure that out. I'm really sorry that it worked out like that. I promise I wasn't trying to like let somebody cut in front of you or whatever. Anyway, all right. Anarchy. What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are that whenever an anarchist describes what their system looks like, they always end up recreating a state.
Okay. Potentially. What do you define as a state?
So a state would be, to use the Weber definition, the body with the authority over just violence. So it would be the body that enforces rules.
Okay, let me make sure I got this. State. Right. Can it be a body of any size?
It could, in theory, be a body of any size, but its authority is usually covering a geographic region.
Usually, so what about like a worldwide? Let's imagine like a worldwide government, right? Like,
Sure.
what if we just had like a worldwide democracy where everything was decided democratically? You know, like you can have certain leaders in certain areas, but they're all democratically elected, and at any point the majority can decide to remove them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the system that I'm looking at.
Okay, well, I wouldn't call that anarchy, if that's what you want.
Okay. I think the bottom line is a pure democracy is what I'm looking for. So like, I don't think that a pure democracy exists except for in an anarchic society. Like, when I say anarchy, what I mean is like nobody's in charge of you except for the masses, right? Like nobody's writing a law and saying, if you break that law, we will enforce violence upon you, right? Because that's what a law is at the end of the day. I stole this from a comedy bit, but a law is a threat of violence against you. That's what a law is. Yeah. And that's what I don't like. I don't like threats of violence, regardless of what you do. Now, violence in self-defense, sure, but that's not a threat, right? Like, that is simply, you know, self-defense. So, does that make sense?
I mean, I think I'm following, but if I'm following, I have some qualms.
Okay.
So, I agree completely that laws, rules are a threat of violence because, like, our definition of a state is the justified use of violence. So if you're not following the laws, the state will use violence to make sure that you do or that you don't pose a problem. But you don't like laws? You don't support that concept?
Not particularly. I think that there are certain norms that ought to be enforced, like not killing people. And so, like, if you have somebody who commits murder, right? Ideally, the way that I would like that to go down is to have a body of people. First of all, apprehend that person. You will have to enforce some amount of violence, I suppose, because in order to, but again, that's self-defense, right? It's self-defense of the masses to make sure that that person doesn't hurt anybody else. So
Okay.
it would be apprehending them and separating them from society. And
Okay.
but I wouldn't want to throw them in a box like we do now. Like just keep them separated from everybody else and let's figure out what happened and whether or not this person, first of all, we don't know what necessarily happened. It's a murder charge. They get a fair trial, right? If we find out this person actually acted in self-defense or had some kind of other, can't imagine what, but some other reason that we as a society find justifiable for killing somebody, and they're not at risk of doing it maliciously or unjustly, then we let them go, right?
Okay.
And if they did do it maliciously or unjustly, I think that the proper way to proceed is not necessary. I mean, there should be some level of punishment, sure, but right now the focus is on the punishment. I think the focus should be on the rehabilitation. The punishment only should be implemented as far as it helps this person to be rehabilitated and reintegrated into society in the fastest way possible, the most efficient way possible. Because at the end of the day, that's an entire human, right? Which we're losing their labor, we're losing their talents, we're losing all of those things for as long as we keep them locked up, right? So my idea is I want to get that person rehabilitated, make sure that they understand why they did what they did was wrong, that they make sure that they won't do it again, and that would be like done by psychiatric professionals, of course, and they'd be assessed and whatnot, and then let them be reintegrated into society in a guided kind of way.
So if in our current system we had prison reform to focus on rehabilitation over punitive prison, then we'd basically be living in your perfect system, right?
I think that's a broad brush to paint it with. I think that would be better. I'd certainly prefer it.
I mean, isn't that what you described, though? Because you said that if someone commits a crime, then they get apprehended, they go through a court system, the court system evaluates if they're guilty or innocent, and if they're guilty, then we put them separate from society, and you said not in a box, but in a
don't treat them like an
rehabilitative
animal.
system. So doesn't that just sounds like our system, except with a reformed, maybe more like Scandinavian model of uh, internment, right?
Perhaps. People get caught up on the label of like, if you want to say I'm not an anarchist, I don't care. Like, if you want to say that what I'm describing is a state, sure, fine. But ultimately what I'm concerned with is, are we treating people justly? And are we doing what's most efficient for a society to function? That's what I'm concerned with first and foremost.
Gotcha.
And I think I call that anarchy. If you don't call that anarchy, that's, we can have that discussion.
I guess it's just it's always like a 50-50 whenever you're talking about anarchy, because it's either they're like, well, I just want to dismantle injustice, in which case absolutely I'm 100% in favor of dismantling injustice. I'd like to have a state while we do it. Or they actually want to dismantle the state and have like communes and everything, in which case that's not what you're describing here. So like the latter is usually like the more extreme people who you get into like the more major disagreements with. For you, it sounds like
Can I ask you a question?
liberalism with extra steps.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Who should be in charge of you and what you do?
Of me.
Yeah. Just you.
I think I should be in charge of me.
Oh, really? There shouldn't be like a governing body in charge of you and what you're allowed to do?
I think there should be a governing body in charge of what I'm not allowed to do.
Then somebody's in charge of you. Who should that be? Donald Trump? I'm assuming no.
Ideally not Trump, no.
Okay, who should it be?
I think it should be a representative that's democratically elected.
Okay, a representative that's democratically elected. So the masses then, right?
Yeah.
The masses. You want a democracy that dictates what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do, right?
I prefer what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. Yes, yeah. I wanted to basically set restrictions on what people can do. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. You know, like the first answer that I have is I don't want anybody to be in charge of me, but we live in a society. We have like a bunch of people that are here with us. So at the end of the day, if somebody's going to be in charge, it might as well just be everybody and we can all be in charge of each other. That's what I mean when I say anarchy.
Okay, then I guess
there's no unjust hierarchies.
I think most people are anarchists by this definition, and I don't know how useful it is, but I guess so. Because I just feel like if that's all there is to it, then it's not. I guess it's just a short debate. I don't know what there is to it, because it's what you're describing is anarchy. Anarchy usually means the lack of archy, of a government.
Right.
Yeah. But you're saying, well, someone needs to be in charge. Like, there needs to be someone that tells people what they can't do, because otherwise they're going to do things that we all agree they shouldn't be allowed to do, like murder. So you're saying that we need an authority. Like, so it seems like you're not an anarchist.
Let's put it this way. There's nothing inherent to me that should give me power over you. And there's nothing inherent to you that should give you power over me. Right?
Okay.
Until I impede upon your rights. Like the right to your bodily autonomy if I decide to punch you. Right?
Yeah.
Now, you should have the authority to defend yourself by whatever means necessary, if that's lethal, whatever it takes to get me to stop punching you. If it's lethal, then sure. And this is how I believe society should be run. Like, and the best way to do that is through a pure democracy. You know, I think that it's the structure that we have right now that I take issue with. You know what I mean?
So when you say pure democracy, what do you mean? Like direct democracy, like in Athens? What you mean?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. I mean, we're going to have like different fields, of course. So like, I don't think that people who work in, in restaurants swabbing the floors should have a say in like what kind of cancer treatments patients get. But like, I don't think they would want to say in that either. You know, like why would they? If that makes sense. Like, I feel like people can figure themselves out. You know?
Okay.
I know it's loosey-goosey, but I'm doing my best. It's hard to describe.
I think that liberal democracies are a fantastic system. I think having protections for minorities is really important, because otherwise majority rule could lead to minority groups being discriminated against with no impunity.
Who decides on those protections?
So there would be it would be majority that needs to decide on it.
There you go.
But
Comes back to
ideally,
majority rule.
there'll be a decision on minority protections that don't single out individual minorities, but rather generally put a check into how much power a majority can have. So, for instance, in the US, there are systems in place to, even though it doesn't spell out like every single minority that gets protections, there's already checks in place to make sure uh, that, like, for instance, the First Amendment protects all religions. It doesn't individually say, okay, we will protect Muslims and Christians and Jews and Mormons and all those people. It's just very broad. So that way, even if the majority decides that they don't like this specific group, it's broadly written enough so that they
But
get the benefit.
but you just said the protections are decided upon by the majority.
Correct. So if that's good enough for you, then we like the current system.
but I don't, because the majority do not want Trump in office right now, correct?
Oh yeah.
He shouldn't be in office then, period.
Period. I mean, he should have never gotten back in.
You can say that.
Allowed.
Yeah, but the majority of people right now do not, like, who live in the United States, if we're just using the United States, do not want Donald Trump to be in charge of them. Therefore, Donald Trump should not be in charge of them. That's what I'm talking about. Like, there needs to, term limits, like, whatever, impeachment, like, all of that is extra layers. At the end of the day, somebody honestly just needs to tell Donald Trump, you're not in charge of us anymore.
I mean,
and that should be the majority.
I mean, I agree that he shouldn't be in charge, and in fact, I would even agree that he should be removed from office before the end of his term. But
so why isn't he?
Well,
I thought we lived in a democracy.
Well, the thing is that there are systems in place. Like, suppose
there
that
aren't there?
In the midterms, we take back both houses, both the House and the Senate, and we impeach him. Like,
why haven't we done it yet?
Well, I think that's a failure of the Republicans more so than the system.
The Republicans are the minority.
Well, not in. Oh, you mean like in the country?
Yes.
Well, not overwhelmingly. Like, we're in a very divided country, like left and right.
I agree.
Even if Republicans are souring on Trump, like, they're very wary of, like, preserving their own power as Republicans against, us Democrats on the left. So it's like, I think that if Republicans were being honest and being fair, then yeah, they would absolutely have impeached and removed this guy back at the end of his first term. But I don't think it's a flaw in the system. I think it's a flaw in people who are willing to play fair. I think it's a flaw in the Republicans, not the representative democracy.
But if they
think any system.
But if they can break the rules, if they can corrupt the system, what's the point of the system?
But then couldn't you say the same about every system? Isn't every system susceptible to dishonest people?
Sorry, say that one more time.
As in, if you're levying this criticism that dishonest people can take advantage of the system, couldn't you say the same about every conceivable system? Like, couldn't every single system be taken advantage of by a dishonest actor?
Sure, or multiple dishonest actors, yeah.
Sure.
So if the majority is comprised of dishonest actors, and it's a pure democracy, there's really not much I can do except try to make them not dishonest actors anymore. I just think that, like, every system has its flaws. I can agree with that. But ultimately, it's like, what else are you going to do? Most people are dishonest actors, so all you can really do is try to deprogram as many as you can.
I guess, yeah, so we agree. So let's focus on dealing with the dishonest actors rather than trying to idiot-proof the system, because against a dishonest actor, like, there is no sufficient idiot-proofing, because they're not actually idiots. They're deliberately going to twist it into their own will.
I think the problem with the current system is that right now there is a minority of dishonest actors in charge of all of us. And the majority want them out, but can't do anything about it. We can't. Like, we can't just get, like, together and decide. I mean, I guess we could. We could do, like, a nationwide strike, but, like, the current system has
Or
led
we could
to...
also just wait until the election.
But, like, why would we do that? Like, we're just gonna let Donald Trump rampage until the next election? Why wait?
No, I'd like people to impeach him, but, you know...
Right, and most people want that, but it's not happening. We don't live in a true democracy. We don't.
Well, we live in a democracy. That I
A
don't
form
think
of it.
that direct democracy is the only true democracy. I think our system is remarkably resilient, and I think it's very efficient, and I think that it breaks down like all systems do when you have dishonest people in charge. I think that whatever rules you write, if someone's creative enough, can be twisted to do whatever they want. And I think that direct democracy is immune from this. And I think that the best use of our time right now is not to try and destroy the system, but destroy the dishonest people, because they'll still be around when we change the system.
I guess they're...
I mean, you agreed. You already said that's what you would need to do. You already agreed that that's what would need to happen once you got a direct democracy system.
Well, yeah, you would... I mean, there would still be dishonest actors. You would just need to make sure that they're in the minority. Right? Like...
Okay.
Why do you have so much faith in the current system? Where does that come from?
So I heard a clip of you recently talking about how, I think it was, I think you were watching a debate clip and you said, like, the system has failed the people, and the people have been taught to think that the system has failed them, and all those things. And I agree that the people have been taught to think the system has failed. I don't think the system has failed nearly as much as people think it has. I think the system delivers a lot of significant benefits. I think that the system itself is designed to slow down when there is significant division in the people. And right now we have a significant division among the population. I don't think it's a system problem. I think it's a people problem. I think our populations are living in two different realities. And that's where our issues are coming from.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say that you have a party of hungry kids, right? There's 10 of them. And through whatever weird, fucked up thing as the adult, somebody decides, okay, well, we'll just give food to 8 of these kids. I know they're all hungry, but, like, we'll just give food to 8 of them. We have enough to feed all of them, but, like, you know, maybe just 8 of them get food tonight. Is that a good system? We'll single out 2 kids. They don't get to eat. They didn't do anything wrong. They just don't get to eat.
I don't... it's an improvement over no kids eating. I don't think it's a good system.
Okay, but I think exactly. It's not a good system. They should all eat. We have enough food to feed all of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's a justification why in that system not all kids should eat.
Exactly. How many households in the United States do you think are food insecure right now? Like, what's the percent?
I don't know the percentage offhand, but food insecurity it doesn't mean starvation.
Okay. They're not going to starve if they don't eat for one night, right? But they're still food insecure for that night.
Food insecurity means you don't know where your next meal is coming from.
And I think that all
which
those kids should know where their next meal's coming from and be guaranteed to get it.
Sure,
Especially
I
if we
agree.
have enough food to feed them. We have plenty.
But can we agree that like starvation is not an issue in America? Like there might
Food,
be food insecurity, but people don't starve to death in America. Maybe like on a case by case basis, but not. This isn't like uh, a rampant issue in this country in the same way it is in like Yemen or uh, Sudan or these sorts of places.
5.4%. Okay, 13.7% are food insecure. 5.4% are very food insecure.
Okay, not sure what
Okay.
the difference, what very means.
I'd have to look at this food secure. I'll link it to you. I'd have to look further at what this is saying, but that's what it's saying. Okay, and it is from ers.usda.gov. Okay, so food security is a problem in our current system, even though, right, we have enough food, plenty of food to feed everybody. I don't call that a good system. It's not. You can say it's the best we can muster, but that doesn't make it good.
I mean, I don't think it's the best system. I just, but if you're going to propose like food programs and stuff like that, like food stamps, stuff like that, all these sort of government programs to help improve food security and stuff like that, I'm going to be in favor of it. Like, for sure. I'm not a Republican. I would support stuff like that. But stuff like that is feasible within our current system. So it's like,
Apparently, it's
I don't know
not.
why you. Well, I think that's, again, that's a Republican. Your issue is that you're dealing with
From the minority,
the
right?
bad actors on the other side. Okay, yeah.
Right. So once again,
Well,
we don't live in a true democracy.
we're almost 50-50 in this country between people
Not really.
who lean right and lean left. Really?
It's not as close as you would think. I think most people honestly don't pay that much attention to it. But if you really ask people about the issue, like if we had like a true democracy right now, we would be living in a much different world. Like if we took people's ideas that they held, like most people think that like healthcare should at least be affordable. Most people think that. Why do we not have affordable healthcare then? Because it's not a true democracy.
Healthcare is very complicated. I think healthcare is a very complicated issue because if you say, should we have affordable healthcare, everyone's going to say yes. But when you start pulling on individual proposals like, oh, should we have a plan where we get rid of private insurance? Like suddenly you're going to lose a lot of people who are no longer on board with this. Like they've done this individual polling for different healthcare plans. And it's on the broad strokes, people will agree with you that they want better healthcare, but when you try to get into the nitty-gritty of what that means, there isn't broad agreement.
But could we do it?
I think we could. I think under Obama, we were right on the cusp of like a public option, and we were just one vote short of it. I think we can absolutely make substantial improvements. But again, within the system.
But do most people want a public option? Do you think? Like if they could choose between, like, all you're doing with the public option is giving them another choice. You can have private insurance or you can get on the government's insurance, right? It's not that radical of a change. And most people, I think, if you explained it to them that way, that you don't have to pay for private insurance anymore, you can just get on the public option that's taxpayer funded. Like most people would say, yes, that sounds like a good idea, but it didn't pass. Why? It's because the system is broken.
Well, because we needed to a filibuster-proof majority, so that's why.
Call it what you want. It's a broken system. It's not democracy.
So you can say that, but then my question is always going to be, well, then what's your proposal? What's the next step? Because if your proposal was then going to be, well, let's get rid of the filibuster and then pass a public option in let's retake the House and the Senate in 2026 and the presidency in 2028, and then get rid of the filibuster and then pass a public option, I'd be like, hell yes, Alec, I'm with you 100%. But if your solution is, well, then clearly a liberal democracy has failed us, so we need some kind of revolution to upend the entire system, I'd be like, what
I
are you
didn't say that.
talking about? Look how I know, I'm saying that hypothetically, like depending on what your answer is
Sure.
to how do we fix it.
How do we fix it? Well, I think a public option would be a good first step. I think
I
that
agree.
I think Medicare for all would be the way to go. Frankly, like somebody needs to institute it, like and just say this is how we're doing it now. No more private insurance. If you dissolve insurance companies, we save so much money on medicine. Like it's not even funny how much money gets funneled toward insurance companies and all the employees that work at insurance companies. And obviously we'd have an employment problem and we'd have to figure out that. But at least people would have health care, right? Like I think that healthcare should be free at the point of service.
I,
And
I
whatever
think
system it takes to get to that point is the system that I want.
I think that's if for instance, like you want healthcare like they have somewhere in European countries where it's like you never pay anything up front, then yeah, that's doable. I think that's absolutely doable. There will probably be trade-offs, like in terms of like speed or quality, but I think it's reasonable. I think that uh there is going to be I think there you're overselling a little bit how much money we'd make uh from getting rid of private insurance. I think uh we'd just be paying roughly the same amount, except now it's going to be coming out of the government's pocket, which fair, but currently insurance companies are legally bound to provide a lot of their money in terms of benefits to people already. The law is that 20%, only 20% can be reinvested in the company. 80% needs to be paid out in terms of claims. So the current system, I think people exaggerate like the evils of private insurance to a point which I think is uh,
But it is
not
evil.
helpful.
At its
I
core,
think
it
that
is.
at its core, it's evil.
Yes. It's
What does
profit
that mean?
seeking. It's profit seeking behavior.
Is profit-seeking evil?
Yes. 1000%.
I don't. I don't think it follows. I think
But think about it.
people
People are making a profit off of sick people. Is that like good to do? I get
should
sick and
adopt.
then somebody gets to make money off of me being sick because I have to shell out a bunch of money so that I'm not sick anymore.
Well, should a doctor not get a paycheck? I mean,
They
like,
should, but it should be a collective effort to make sure that this doctor can get fairly compensated.
I think that pay incentive is, well, it's just what it is. Money is an incentive to get people to do things,
I
and
think
if
money's
it's
the root of
doing,
all evil.
I don't think that's I don't think that's true. I think money is just a tool. I think markets are just tools. I think that people get motivated by money and they can be motivated to do good things. Like how we pay doctors so much money in order to get people to be doctors. Like, I think that's good.
And yet they're all in debt. My sister's a doctor. You know how much debt she's in? She's in like $400,000 of debt.
Is she still in medical school
No,
or is
she's a
she
practicing
practicing?
physician.
Hmm.
Like my point is,
Uh,
all this profit-seeking behavior affects all of us in all aspects. Like that's profit-seeking behavior from colleges who want to educate, supposedly wants to educate doctors, when really all they're doing is trying to make money.
I think that well, I think they are trying to make money, but I think that in order to make money, they also have to provide like a quality service. Like if they just
Not
provided a bad
necessarily.
service, well, if someone just provided a bad service, then wouldn't they just lose their clients to someone who would offer a good service?
What if you need them?
What if you what?
What if you need them? A shitty
What if
hospital is
you?
better than no hospital, right?
I thought we were talking about insurance.
Well, shitty insurance is better than no insurance, right?
Possibly, but people, when there is a market of insurance, then there's multiple people competing for that same money.
What if
I
they
mean,
all
if we
just
had a single payer system, then we wouldn't have options anymore.
a single payer system wouldn't
Like Medicare
no.
for all.
Sorry, I was confusing that with public option. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be an option. It would just be government funded healthcare, taxpayer funded healthcare that we collectively just decide, you know, this is how much money the doctors deserve to make, and it's like public education, right? Now, is it perfect? No, but that comes down to, again, I just think that the system of money that we have is flawed. But ultimately, I think it would be better than the system we have now, where it's like, insurance companies can make millions and billions of dollars off of sick people. That's evil. It's evil.
Do you think that all claims do you think that there's claims that get denied justifiably by insurance companies?
Claims that get denied justifiably?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of one? I'm sure there might be.
Sure. So suppose that someone wants to someone has like a form of cancer which has an almost certain mortality rate.
Like
They're definitely going
99%.
to die. They've tried every single conventional treatment, but there's recently been there's currently in development, like in trials going on in Taiwan or something. There's this experimental procedure, and they want to go over there, and it's going to cost like $5 million for the whole thing. Do you think it's justifiable for an insurance company to say, this has never been done before. This is completely brand new. We don't even know if it would work. This isn't justifiable for us to cover this with insurance at this point. You're on your own.
If there's a chance to save their life, then yes, I think that would be a good thing for them to cover.
So do you think then, since you believe in government insurance, do you think that the taxpayer should be on the hook for paying for that person to seek the most ridiculous means in order to preserve themselves, even if it's like completely unreasonable to expect that it would work?
What's the monetary value of a person's life?
I don't know.
Exactly.
But
there's none.
But at some point, should we be responsible for paying for it?
Would you want it paid for?
What if there was one person whose medical expenses could be covered at the cost of the U.S. military?
What if that person's Albert Einstein?
Okay.
Would you want to then? Like, Albert Einstein's like in his 40s. He gets this horrific form of cancer. Still got a lot of research to do. Still got a lot to add to the world. Then would you want to pay for it as a society? Would it be worth it?
I think that within reason, I think that I might be more willing to shell out more money for Albert Einstein.
So there is a value.
Yes.
What's the baseline value of a human life then?
It's difficult for me to put an exact number on it, but it also depends on like how effective I think the treatment's going to be. Like if I don't think that there's a high.
I personally think it's evil to put an exact value on it.
Okay.
Because what does that result in?
But if you want government-run healthcare, then you would still need to put a value on, because you'd still have the government paying for this healthcare. It's just, instead of a company doing it, now you're having the government establish what is that value.
Exactly. This is why I think money's evil. Because you ascribing a value, a monetary value to a human life, you know what that makes them? It makes them a slave. So that can be purchased.
So how would you run healthcare without any money?
Without any money? If you're sick, you get treatment.
Okay, but then how do you decide who gets to go to Taiwan for the super experimental, brand new, never done before operation to see if maybe we can increase it from 0% mortality to 1% mortality?
Anybody who needs it.
Anybody?
Yep. There's no value to human. You cannot ascribe a value to human life. I shouldn't say there's no value. There's infinite value to human life. It's just like, if we can't send them, we can't. If we don't have the resources to send somebody to Taiwan for that treatment, we simply can't do it, and they're just fucked, right? But if we can, we should. And I think that ascribing some kind of value is preposterous. Like, if it has a chance of saving this person's life, we should try it. And I think that if society carries forward that attitude, we would live in a much better world.
We live in a world with finite resources, right? Like, we're a species with unlimited desires, but we live in a world with limited resources, right?
It just seems as though every time we think there's a limit to the number of resources we have, we end up finding more. Somehow.
There's a finite amount of jet fuel in the world, right?
Sure. But is there a finite amount of sunlight that we could use to turn into electricity to power jets?
I mean, on the course of a single day, right? Like, there's only 24 hours of sun.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, like, what if the resources we have, even if we deploy everything at our disposal, we couldn't get everyone to go see that specialist for the 1% improvement?
That, my friend, that's called triage.
Okay.
We triage.
So,
right?
Okay.
I don't think it should be determined by who can pay it. I think that's ridiculous.
Is triage not considered by people who make insurance claims? Like, do they not consider, like, well, what are the odds of this person actually benefiting from this operation? Are they not considering triage when they're making these calculations?
They're considering how much money they can make. Don't you understand? Like, they're just engaging in profit-seeking behavior off the backs of sick people. That's all an insurance company does. That's all they do.
Well, okay, what if the government was doing it?
Then the government would also be evil.
But this same triage calculation, there's only one. The only abstraction between that and insurance is that there's an exchange of money involved.
The difference is that ideally our government is democratically decided upon. An insurance company's not. Right?
Okay.
An insurance company is a mini, what do you want to call it? A mini, like, kingdom of sorts. Like, there's one guy who started the company, and he rakes in all the money and decides how it's distributed, and nobody gets a democratic say.
There's also the freedom to then elect to uproot and move to a different insurance company that you wouldn't have.
Who is also a mini kingdom.
Sure.
Maybe they run things but the system itself sucks. It sucks.
But I'm trying to outline,
my king, I guess.
I'm trying to outline that I don't think there's a coherent, better system. I feel like the idea of, like, oh, we'll just treat everybody with the most, anyone who wants the most out there treatment, regardless of how impractical the outcome would be. Well, but you said that, yeah, we would ship the guy to Taiwan for the 1% mortality improvement, even though we know it almost certainly wouldn't work.
Okay, what's his life worth?
I mean, it's if the treatment itself has a price, right? And then the question is, like, who should be in charge of paying it? Like, suppose that it cost, in my hypothetical, it was $5 million.
$5 million. What materials are we spending $5 million on? For this
what material are we spending
You can make up anything. You could say, like, 5 million bars of gold or whatever. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Is that worth a 1% chance of improvement that this person will live?
I don't know, because we could also use that money for like taking care of a bunch of other people. Like there's a fine amount of
Okay,
gold.
maybe that's a fair consideration to make then. We have to triage.
Okay. But that's
Okay,
what
but
the
that's still
insurance companies do.
no, it's not. They are profit seeking.
But
That's not what they do.
they
They don't triage.
legally they have to pay 80% of all the money they make out in claims.
Okay.
So they can't hoard all that money. 80% of
What if
all
they
the money,
lobby and get it down to 70%?
well then we'd
And then
be going in a
60?
different system. But one of
No,
one
it's
of the
no,
big
this is the system. You can
but the
lobby and get
system
it
it
and get
used to be that
lawmakers.
they didn't have to pay out anything. And then the Affordable Care Act put these limits, so now they have to pay out 80. So if anything, history is leading towards them having to pay out more. But
Because you're getting closer to an equitable system when you do that. You're taking power away from the people with money. And the more power you take away from the people with money and the less you allow profit-seeking behavior to thrive, the better your society gets.
should they have to pay out 100% in claims?
100%? I just don't think that they should be making money off the backs of sick people. That's what I think. I don't think anybody should do that.
Okay. So, okay. If they're making money, then that creates a profit motive, and that profit motive is used in order to motivate like an improved quality of service, and in order to like encourage them to get more people covered and all those sorts of things. Um, so there are benefits to having a profit motive. If the government were in charge of healthcare, they would have to do the same uh, process of determining whose claims get paid out and whose get denied. That's still something they would need to do because triage would still exist. Um, we might be getting rid of the profit motive, but then that also gets rid of the incentive for them to seek greater and greater improvements in quality in order to edge out a competition. So there are trade-offs, and I feel like we're papering over this by just calling it evil.
But I just don't know what else you'd call it.
Okay. So I'm also for a single payer system. I'm
Okay.
also for I think that I need to read more about like Medicare for all, but for 100% I want a public option, and I'm open to a single payer system like they have in Europe. I know Medicare for all goes a bit further than what they have in Europe, but I'm open to it because I think the government would probably take care of insurance better. But I think I think that there is a sort of apocalyptic language that's used to describe this issue, like insurance companies are evil or the system is fundamentally broken, which I simply cannot get on board with. It's like it's like the trans advocacy thing all over again, where it's like even if our ends are aligned, it's like you're making my advocacy more difficult because the way you're talking about this issue is, I think, gonna drive people away.
Why do you defend insurance companies?
Because I'm a capitalist, and I
Why?
don't I think why am I a capitalist? 'Cause I think it's a good system. I think it delivers good outcomes.
What capital do you own?
I invest in a Roth IRA, and I invest in a non-Roth IRA, for savings, like for retirement. So
For
I
your
don't know at any
livelihood.
given moment what those are. What?
For your livelihood.
For my livelihood?
Yeah.
No, I'm a wagey. I
Well, no,
I'm a recently
I just mean you make investments, you make capital investments in order to secure a how do I want to put this? A comfortable living for yourself, for your life. Right?
sure.
So what if we could just guarantee that anyway and you wouldn't have to deal with investments?
I mean, that's a great offer. I have no idea how you would do it.
Well, I just think that my system of, if you want to call it government or, running the world, would afford you that, because we would simply decide that whatever you need to survive, you will get. And then if we have extra after that, you will get more. And if you and I'm not
If we don't have
I'm not a
enough,
non-believer. I'm not a non-believer in incentives either. If you want to make incentives for people to like clean the sewers and stuff, like work that nobody wants to do, that's fine. I just don't. First of all, I don't think you need money to do that. And second of all, I think people, like, if the sewers get bad enough, somebody will stand up and say, "I'm tired of having a shitty sewer system," and just do it. Like, why do you clean your toilet?
well,
Does somebody
in
pay
my
you to do
case,
that?
no one else is going to do it.
Exactly. But
So
nobody pays you to do that. You just do it because you like having a clean toilet. I would hope.
I guess so, but there's also, I don't know if you've ever had a roommate where you shared like a bathroom with them, where you let the toilet get dirtier because you're hoping that they'd be the one to clean it.
Okay, but you still like
And now,
having a
now
clean toilet.
enhance that to like billions of people across this planet. I don't know.
But
Let's
that's a little antisocial, right? Realistically, you just be like, "Hey, the toilet's getting kind of dirty. Can you clean it, please?"
so so it would be. I can point to plenty of examples of like capitalism, you know, delivering benefits that lift people out of poverty, and all the medicines that we use today have been delivered off the back of like, whether you like it or not, these capitalistic companies, these drug companies, these insurance companies, these medical institutions, which were run off of capital. I just, uh, I don't have an example of your system working anywhere. So where can I look to see what this would be like?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. It's never been done, so I don't know. What would
Okay.
satisfy you?
No, that's a satisfying answer to say I don't have one, but uh, I
Well,
guess
I just mean, like,
maybe.
if it were to exist, like, what would satisfy, like, you? What criteria would I need to meet to make you say, "You know what, you've convinced me. I'm not a capitalist anymore"?
I mean, if we had like a country that doesn't use money but is able to deliver a high quality of life to people, that would be prime A example. Like we have like metrics for measuring quality of life, like gross domestic product or per capita, and we have like infant mortality, like uh, quality of life as reported by happiness and surveys. Like there's ways to determine if countries are thriving. And right now, all the most thriving countries by these metrics are very capitalistic ones.
You
So if we could,
mentioned. Go ahead.
no, go on. I mentioned what?
Yeah, when we were talking about prisons, you mentioned the Nordic model. I
Yeah,
believe in the Nordic system, they also have, like, I don't think free healthcare, but far more accessible healthcare. Correct? Like perhaps the most accessible on the planet, right?
yeah. I think we do. Yeah.
And how do you think their? I don't know the answer offhand, but how do you think their approval rating for their healthcare compares to some place like the United States?
Like the rate at which claims get approved.
No, 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 no. I mean, like, the general
Oh,
populace.
approval like general population. I
Yes,
think I think it's very positive. I think that's very
right.
positive.
So it seems as though the more accessible you make things, the cheaper you make things, the easier it is to get the necessities that you require, the happier people are, the better society that you tend to live in, right?
I think, yeah, but if Norway is a capitalist country, like
Sure.
they they've nationalized healthcare,
Hmm.
great, but they still have private companies. They still have like their sovereign wealth fund, which is where a lot of the money comes from for like their social programs. is only able to function because that money gets invested into private companies and private sectors.
Private companies who do what with the money?
I'm not sure what they do with the money. So I don't know what companies they invest in, but companies will take money from investors and then invest it in improving their business and like offering better services.
All of
And
it?
some of it is also going to go towards paying for their like corporate benefits.
Yeah, like millions of it, sometimes
Yeah,
billions.
yeah,
Right. So they're making out like bandits.
okay.
Why is that fair?
Well,
How's that a good system?
so because that's the profit motive acting in real time. So someone will found a business and run a business in order to make money. So like you give them money, some of that money is then going to be funneled into all the places where they think will be best used in order to make the most profit back. So if that means reinvesting it into the business, then they'll do that. If it means taking back some money in terms of like benefits to the shareholders, then that's what they'll do. Now, as Norway has shares in these companies, when money goes back to the shareholders, that money then goes into their sovereign wealth fund, which then gets distributed to the people of Norway as like social welfare benefits. So like that's them
Okay.
benefiting directly from shareholder profits.
So the more that we distribute wealth, it seems, the higher satisfaction of life people tend to have, right? Like every time you describe something good, it's like, well, don't worry, the wealth's being distributed, right?
Well, more wealth is gonna make people happier. I agree.
What do you define as
So,
wealth?
um, so that's a very weird philosophical question. I think I think wealth is like a stand-in for like how much um capacity you have to like acquire resources. It's like how much money you are is how much you could spend it to get things.
Is it
So
money?
wealth is kind of like
Is it money or is it resources? Or is
so
it both?
money is like a stand-in for your capacity to acquire resources at a given moment.
Right. But money itself is not a resource. Not really. You can't eat
It's a
it.
transitory resource. It's like it's an intermediary from acquiring one to the other.
Right. It's like black magic. It's like
Yeah,
this magical little paper that you can that doesn't have any actual value or worth except
other than what it can
for
get you.
right. That's my issue. Money is not real wealth. Like real wealth is resources. Real wealth is food and water and shelter. And the more of that you have, the more wealthy you are, right? Money is just a tool that we use to acquire those things,
Okay, I agree.
right? So it would seem to me then that hoarding money is an entirely like the way that billionaires do, and they do, right? Is like an entirely antisocial activity because all you're doing is taking this ability to acquire resources and keeping it from other people.
Sure.
And that's the
Well, that
profit
would be the
motive.
case. That would be the case if all their money were just like in bills in a under like a mattress somewhere. But that's usually not how these people keep their wealth.
Yeah, they just put it in offshore
Usually,
banks.
well, what does a bank do with money? Like
I'm not.
these a lot of these billionaires, like their money is in the form of shares, like in their companies.
Mhm.
Uh, so that money is invested into a company that usually provides some form of services. If that money is inside of a bank, then that bank, through fractional reserve banking, is then going to invest that through loans that it gives out to people.
Right,
So, like,
right. But it's not like the owners of these companies are like living modestly like you and I do, right?
sure.
So a
Well, but
lot of that
much,
money
yeah,
is not being used for like services and making the service better. Most of it's not, if I had to get. Well, maybe most of it is. I don't know. But, you know, a fair portion of it is not being used for that purpose. It's being pocketed.
Right. But
so that somebody
no one wants
can hoard
to live,
resources.
No one wants to live modestly. Everyone wants to live, everyone wants the high life. Everyone wants to live extravagantly as much as they would prefer to. In your ideal system that you've outlined democratically, then everyone should be able to have luxury yachts and hot tubs.
No, I didn't say that. I think everybody gets what they need, and until they do, nobody gets what they want.
So the ability to live a higher quality of life is the profit motive, and it's what incentivizes people to then found companies.
I disagree.
Produce products that people want. You don't think that motivates people to do that?
It can be a motivator. I don't think it's the motivator. Otherwise, everybody would just be a business major. Right?
Well, I suppose, yeah, it's a motivator. Some people don't care. But if you want to live extravagantly, then in order to get there, you need profit. And in order to get profit, you need to provide a service to people.
Not necessarily. These days, it's a lot more profitable to just invest. And just hope stocks go up.
Okay, but if you're investing in a company that provides services that people want, and by giving money to that company, you're improving their ability to provide those services.
Sure. But investment itself is not like it's not something that is improving the company. It's or improving the service, I should say. All you're doing is giving that money over to the company and telling them you can do whatever you want with this.
Right, and then hoping that they will use it in order to improve the company.
Well, you're doing it in order to improve your profit margin.
I'm doing it to improve my profit margin, and I hope that they do that by improving the company. Because if they improve the company, that stock goes up.
What company did you say you're invested in?
I don't know what my IRA is currently invested in. It's probably a lot of like bonds and stuff. And like,
exactly. That's an even better answer than I was hoping for. You have no idea. No idea. Yep. And this is just a fine system to you. This is good.
Yeah.
I don't know where my money's going as long as I get more of it.
Yes.
But that's silly.
But I don't need to be aware of where my money is going, because I know in a general sense how the economy uses the money that gets invested in shares. So I'm describing to you the mechanics by which this capitalist system funnels money in order to create services, which then hopefully improve the quality of those services and then brings more money back to shareholders like me or like other people. And in so doing, like there's the total amount of wealth in society goes up, the quality of services goes up. That's just the world that we're currently living in. So I'm describing to you how the system currently works and why there are benefits to it. You could say that there is ways to improve it. Sure, I'll probably agree with you, but the system that you're describing to me, I can't go into as much detail and like explain like how I can't do the fractional reserve banking for your system because I have no idea how your system works.
There wouldn't be any fraction. People would just get okay. I was going to ask you something and now I forget. Hold on. I'm trying to decide where I want to go next with this. Okay, God damn it, I had such a good question and now I forget. Sorry, I had a bad ADHD moment.
Oh no. Do you consider yourself a communist or a socialist or?
Yeah, communist, socialist, you know. I just think that, again, until everybody gets what they need, nobody should get what they want. I don't think that, like, the guy who started a, you know, just because you start a company doesn't mean you deserve to have billions and billions of dollars while other people go hungry. I don't think you deserve that much. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, here's what I was going to say. I was going to say, it would seem to me that, because you said there are ways to make the system better, right?
Yes.
It would seem to me that every way in which the system can be made better would be moving it closer to my ideal society.
I think a lot of ways that we've discussed so far do, but I think I can name some examples where I don't think it would help to
Sure.
like nationalize things.
Sure. And we'll,
Um,
we've been talking for a while, so we'll wrap this up soon, but by all means,
sure,
like what ways?
sure. So stuff like healthcare, I think absolutely the government can run and runs well, but I think there are some services that are better in the private sector. And I think, for instance, housing is one that ironically benefits from being a freer market.
Okay.
And I think a lot of our current housing problems are because the market isn't allowed to be free right now due to restrictions like zoning and stuff like that. Uh, and I think if the government could basically cut some of the restrictions and allow more housing to be built and sold as needed, then the market would correct itself, and we won't have as high prices we currently are facing.
Okay, how do you suppose this is against what I think should be done? Because I think that more houses should be built as well. And if that
Yeah.
means reducing some regulations, then, you know, as long as you're not making unsafe houses.
Well, so then we would be agreeing that this is a free market solving this problem. And so this would be actually capitalism fixing the problem
No,
by, and we would be fixing the problem by unleashing the capitalistic forces to fix these markets.
no, I just think there should be more houses. You don't need capitalism to
Okay.
build houses.
Well,
You
so
need
my
wood,
idea for building,
sometimes bricks,
my
but
idea
not
for building more
capitalism.
houses. Okay, my solution for how would we build more houses is to reduce the zoning regulations and some of the uh, uh, over excessive laws regarding like standards that have currently been log jamming a lot of construction in our biggest cities, and allow developers who are private uh, businesses to basically pursue their business more freely. And once they're more free to do so, they'll build more houses because high prices incentivize more building in a free market. And that's how we'll get more houses built.
I think that the incentive to live in a house like is like that people need houses is all the incentive you need. I don't think this proves that you need a profit motive in order for houses to be built.
So
Like
how
we're
would
just
you
talking
build
about
more houses?
regulations. How would I build? So I would say, boy, I guess I would just break down who needs a house, right? And then go from there. Like if you need a house, then we will build one for you, or some kind of structure that you can live in. It doesn't necessarily have to be a house. Maybe it can be an apartment complex, right? Um, you know, like just make sure that we look at the need for housing. Anybody who doesn't have a house or a roof over their head, right? Or even if you're couch surfing or something, um, and figure out like a decent way to, you know, utilize whatever resources that we have to make sure that they do have roofs over their heads. And I don't think that you need money to do that, and I don't think that you need a profit incentive to do that. I think that you just need resources like bricks and wood
I think that
and people.
you should, yes, I think you should look into then why is it that houses have not been built in lots of our, beautiful blue cities and in blue states? Why is it that California and New York suffer so much from lack of housing? Why is it that housing is so much easier in, ironically, some of these red states where these regulations are so lax? Like, I think that's something you should consider. Like, if your solution is you sort of just restated, well, I would look into the need and then build more houses. Well, the question was, how will you build more houses? And then why is it that uh, in blue states, we've had such a hard time getting these houses built where the government is so uh, strong in controlling these markets and so uh, liberal in these regulations?
Liberal in these right. When you say liberal in regulations,
When I said I was a bit of a pun, I meant as in loosey goosey.
okay. I don't think that
I am
government
liberal.
regulation. I know. I don't think that government regulation, like reducing government regulation, is always a bad idea, and I don't think that conflicts with my worldview. I mean, I think that's the bottom line. Like that, just because you have companies who are the ones making houses right now, and the reason that they make houses is because of the profit incentive. You have an overlap of interests. You could say that, but the interest for the companies is not to make sure that people have roofs over their heads. They don't care. All they care about is that they get money for the house. That's why they're building the houses.
So, okay. Uh, there's a book called Abundance by Ezra Klein.
I've heard of it.
Really, it talks about the housing issue. I think it makes a great case for like, why is it that we've struggled with building houses and um, some great solutions. I would just recommend as good reading material. I just think that um, uh,
Okay.
maybe the best place would be to just like uh, go study more into like these markets and like how, because I think this is a conversation that really benefits from specificity. Like, what is it that prevents a house from being built? Because it's not like in California, it's not like there hasn't been state government that has said, okay, we want to look at who needs houses and we want to build those houses. Goodness, we've spent so much money trying to build affordable housing in this state. So much money has gone into just trying to build these little shacks just for homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
And lots of that money ends up down the drain just because it's such an inefficient system trying to run this all through the government and having the government check itself through all these regulations, all the lawsuits that go on over environmental stuff. Now, you've already said that you support like maybe removing some regulations, but uh,
Sure.
in the end of the day, like if you want to do something in the most cost efficient way, capitalism is designed to find the most cost efficient way to solve a problem. Like one of the biggest critiques that leftists levy at capitalism is how brutally efficient it is, because it always looks to maximize like how much it can get out of every single situation and how much we can get the most bang out of every buck.
Yeah, but it's brutally efficient in what direction would be my question. To
So
what
it's
end?
always to seek a profit. And so if we
Right.
can, yeah,
That's the efficient part. You are
yes.
efficiently making money for one or a few people. That's what capitalism is very good at doing. And it'll squeeze that money out of any crevice it can. So,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, I feel like that's just where we're gonna have to leave it then. Maybe.
That's fine. No, that's fine. I've heard of the Ezra Klein book. I might take a look at it. Um, I'm not a big reader in general, but I'm trying to be better about it. I'm reading a book about sleep right now, which is very interesting. But like I said,
I
I
could
will add
stand
it.
to benefit.
I think we all could. But I will take a look at that and possibly add it to my reading list. Is there anything else that you'd like to touch on before we log off here?
I mean, Israel-Palestine would be like a whole thing, so I don't
Yeah,
think we'd be doing that. Um,
we can agree
I
to
would
disagree on that for now, probably.
probably. But I would just say, um, I think we need to. I think liberals often have liberals and leftists often have like similar short-term goals, and I think that uh, uh, and I don't like how liberals get villainized by leftists. Uh, and I think that if we continue to villainize each other, eventually, like, the short-term benefits that we get from working together won't outweigh the cost of, like, the cruelty going back and forth, like calling all trans medicalists transphobic, or calling Gavin Newsom transphobic, or uh, saying that the whole system is corrupt if you're just looking for a public option, or like, so just be wary of your language that you're using. That's all I'll say.
Sure, I appreciate it. I just try to speak as truthfully as I can and nothing more. I used to be real big on winning debates and stuff, but these days it's just, I try to call things how I see them, so that's all.
I'm really glad I got to talk to you, and
yeah, you as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this.
Of course, you're a lovely individual, Tammy. I really appreciated talking to you and getting a little bit of your perspective.
Of course.
Alrighty.
Maybe I'll talk again sometime, but bye for now.
All right, sounds good. You have a good one.
You too.
There's definitely some internalized transphobia from one trans person to another. Yeah, we won't get too much into the weeds on that. But yeah, that was a good conversation. You know, like I feel like I'm getting back to my radical empathy thing a little bit. I call it critical empathy now because I try to message it a little bit better. But you know, I really do try to hear people out. It's just, I guess. And I see your hand, Neko. Who had their hand up first? Neko, I know you've been here since basically the beginning. So if you want to come up, I might let you up. But I guess like at the end of the day, like I said, I guess I'll just repeat what I said. I try to call things like I see them. You know, I'm not trying to like call anybody out or get epic dunks or anything. I just, you know, the world is a certain way, and I think that it should be a different way. It's not more complicated than that. Anyway, let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then if people want to start coming up, I might let you up for a few minutes, but I don't want to do this for too much longer. I wanted to try to get a little bit of gaming in. So we'll see what happens. All right, I'll be right back. Here's the thing. Oh. Okay, be right back, guys.
Yo, yo, what's good? Yo, yo, yo. Uh, it's more of a question than a debate, but what what do you think about the current state of literature in terms of like how it's going compared to how it's been? Oh well, I mean, like what kind of stuff have you been reading recently? I know. Uh, is it like is that one more to do with like psychiatry and like yeah. 'Cause, yeah, I'm currently reading Lawrence of Arabia at the moment. It's quite yeah, it's quite a good book. It's, it's about the British Army captain T. Lawrence and his journey like through leading becoming a core pillar of the Arab Revolt and all the stuff he went through and like his perspective, his changing mindset throughout all of it.
Sorry, I fixed the muted thing for the stream. My bad.
Uh,
Okay. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah.
For those who didn't catch it, he's asking me about the state of literature, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question. But okay. So, do you read a lot? You a big reader?
Yeah, a fair bit. Like I quite like reading about like philosophy and history, like from the first person perspective. Well,
Okay.
not first person perspective, but from the perspective of the individual and their place.
Okay. Is there any books you'd recommend?
Uh, yeah, like if you're interested in like learning about like other cultures, there's quite a lot of stuff on the journey of Marco Polo and like a lot of, like a really good one
Mm-hmm.
to provide a unique perspective. It's a bit of a dark topic, but it's called The Good German of Nanking. It's a war memoir about humanitarian work
Is it
during
the good man of
the good
Nanking?
well yeah, but the title was Good German of Nanking. It's about John Raab and him setting up a humanitarian quarter during the horrible events of Nanking,
That's cool.
where these forces entered the city, and it provides quite a unique perspective of that era because you don't really think of like Germans and humanitarianism like in the mid 20th century. So
Okay.
quite it's a very good read.
Okay, I might consider putting that on my list. I'm trying to like make a list. So I have this. I have for my preceptor because I'm doing clinicals for psychiatry. For my preceptor, he recommended the what is it? The Anxious Generation. Let me see.
Uh,
So this is by Jonathan Haidt. Um, Here, I'll just pull up the website here and link it in the chat. But this is the one that he recommended. And oh, hold on.
There's the Anxious Generation.
Yeah, so the four norms to roll back the phone-based childhood: no smartphones before high school, no social media before 16, phone-free schools from bell to bell, more independence, free play, and responsibility in the real world. Okay, so it looks like it's an anti-phone book, so to speak.
But yeah, I think it'll be quite interesting. So I'm assuming it goes into like the importance of like socializing at an early age,
Oh, I'm sure.
social skills.
Let me see if I can... The books. The Anxious Generation. About the book. Investigating the collapse of youth mental health and a plan for healthier, freer childhood. After more than a decade of stability or improvement, the mental health adolescents plunged in the early 2010s. The mental health of adolescents plunged in the early 2010s. Rates of depression, anxiety, self-harm, and suicide rose sharply, more than doubling on most measures. Why? In The Anxious Generation, social psychologist Jonathan Haidt lays out the facts about the epidemic of teen mental illness that hit many countries at the same time. He then investigates the nature of childhood, including why children need to play, and an independent exploration to mature into competent, thriving adults. Shows how play-based childhood began to decline in the 1980s, wiped out by the arrival of the phone-based childhood in the early 2010s. Okay, so he's basically talking about why the generation of play is like why play-based childhood is like a thing of the past, why we need to bring it back, and why you should not let your kids have smartphones, basically.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like quite a good read. I'll actually put that on my radar as well.
Okay.
Because
Cool.
currently my next read is history of China.
Oh yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
like a good one. I need to see, like I'm trying to like do multiple things at once with reading. I'm like trying to read more narrative books, but also like educate myself. So it's a little bit of a tough balance, but yeah.
That's why, like, when it comes to like studying cultures, like I quite like to read books where it's a culture being observed by someone who's not of it, but is being immersed in it. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think I know what you're getting at. All right, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, nothing really.
Okay, well, if you want to set up a more extended conversation with me, feel free to do so with the ticket, all right?
Oh yeah.
Alrighty, excellent. Well, you take care.
You
Thanks
too,
for coming
bud.
up. Yep. All right, Sammy, you're up.
Shalom.
Hello, Sammy. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What you want to talk about?
I was just wondering, are you actually an anarchist, or are you just debating from that perspective of being an anarchist?
No, I am. I'm a communist, anarchist,
I'm a
whatever.
communist.
Oh, I can hear myself echoing a little bit.
Hmm?
I heard myself echoing for a second. I think it's better now, but anyway.
So when you say like you believe that laws are like threats of violence, right?
Hmm.
I think I disagree with that, like fundamentally.
Okay.
I believe that laws are like are concessions or protections from the state, not only for the people, not only for the victims of crimes, but for the perpetrators of the crimes themselves. It's a standardized way in which we can uh, it's a standardized set of protections from the state. So like let's say you were to be accused of robbing a bank. Well, the state just can't just say, "Hey, you broke the law, you robbed the bank, we're going to send you to jail." They have to say they have to send you through a whole process. You know, they have to set up a specific. They have to find a certain degree of proof that you did said crime, and they have to meet that standard. And then they can't just say, "We'll punish you however the way they want." There's a
Why not?
specific minimum. Hmm?
Why not? Why not
Because the
punish them
law,
whatever way we want?
because the law itself states there are certain punishments for certain crimes. You can't go far beyond. Like you can't go all full draconic and say, hey, petty theft is now punishable via death.
But some societies have done that.
Yeah, and those societies aren't around anymore. We're talking about our society.
So let's say that you steal something. What should be the punishment? Like, let's say
I don't
that
know. I
you steal a chocolate bar from the store.
I stole a chocolate bar from a store.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very
There's a
small
law
crime,
against that,
so
right? There's a law.
crime. Yeah, there's a law against petty theft.
Right.
Yes.
So what's the punishment?
Well, that really depends. Is it my first? Is it my first?
Let's say first
time I've
offense.
committed? It's my first offense. Typically, I don't know the standard. Depends on which state you're in.
Well, what do
But
you
they
think
will,
it should be?
What do I think it should be?
Yeah, if you could write the law.
If I could write the law. Well, I don't know actually.
Maybe you should think about
I
that.
mean, I can tell you what I don't think it should be, but I can't tell you I can't give you an exact prescription as to what I think it should be.
You know what I think it should be?
What is it?
Investigate why the crime took place and then ensure that it, like, take action to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And it should be individualized.
As a response to the crime?
Yes, I don't think there should be like a set fine. I don't think there should be a set amount of jail time. I think that all those things are simply threats of violence and nothing more.
So you say, so the well, I mean, like, is there jail time for stealing a candy bar?
Perhaps if you do it enough. I mean, what do you think? Should there
Well,
be?
then that's a different. Then that's a different crime. That's like a repeated offense. They don't take account of the current crime. They take account of every crime you've committed in the past, and they've determined that there is a pattern and that there needs to be. You've essentially broken a different law by doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
If you do it once, you break one law. If you do it 5 times, you break a different law.
Well, it's a sort of a different code. They've deemed that you've sort of you've gone past a specific a form of analysis. You can't just say, "Hey, this person stole this one thing." They've deemed that there is a underlying issue, and there
There's a
needs to be
pattern.
some larger corrective process, which could be jail, or it could be community service, or it could be a large fine.
Could it be jail? Do you think jail corrects like bad behavior?
Well, in this discussion, we're not really talking about jail abolitionism. We're talking about the idea of what laws are.
Yeah, but they're kind of, you can agree that they're pretty intertwined, right?
Well, I'd say that if there was a punishment for, I would argue that me bringing up jail is sort of me bringing up a generalized punishment for a crime.
Right.
So you can't have the concept of laws and crimes without punishment of them, right?
Let's say that I kill somebody.
Yeah.
What should be the punishment?
So how did you kill him? Was it premeditated?
I bludgeoned them. It's premeditated murder. I bludgeoned them over the head. Sorry, I'm getting a bad echo.
Hello?
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 I'm still getting an echo.
That's weird. I don't hear an echo on my side.
Well, it's I'm coming through like from your audio. Like,
Wait,
I think you need to move the mic away from the audio.
Let me see if I can change the sensitivity. Sorry
Sure.
about that.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna make sure
Is
we
it-
get that
is this-
fixed. Testing 1 2
Is this good?
testing. I think so.
Hello? All right.
Okay, so I kill someone. I bludgeon them over the head with a baseball bat, and it's premeditated murder. Like, I planned to do it. I did it, and the reason that I did it was entirely unjustified. What's my punishment? You write the law.
Why write the law when there's already endless amounts of debate and arguments historically as to how this kind of thing should be dealt with?
And surely
that
from all of that, you should have some kind of idea of what you think ought to be done with murderers.
Well, what do you think?
It's a good question. I think that they should, first of all, be separated from broader society. and that it should be investigated why this person decided to engage in this crime. You know, it could be a mental illness. It could be that it could be revenge, right? Like maybe there's a lover's quarrel. Could be all kinds of things. But ultimately, the goal should be making sure that this person doesn't do it again and then reintegrating them into society. As long as they don't do it again, I'm fine with reintegrating them into society. But if there's a risk of them doing it again, then they should be separated until that risk is, what do you want to call it? Mitigated.
So a person who premeditates a crime is someone who has already thought through the consequences of doing said crime and thought through every single step. So philosophically, we can deem that no matter what they have, no matter what like underlying issues are internal to them, they have already rationalized what they are doing, which is why we can give them such large sentences.
Okay, so what would you do then?
What would I do?
Yeah.
If I were the prosecutor, I would see how much evidence we have against this person for this crime, and if it's enough that we have a case, I will try sentence. I'll try to I would have them the court, or at least try to convince a jury to sentence them to the largest possible crime I could.
The largest possible sentence, you mean?
Yes.
What about the death penalty?
I personally don't agree with a death penalty, but that is
Okay.
for a very different reason.
What about like life in jail?
Yeah, I could do life in jail.
Okay, so you think that murderers, then, at the base of it, right? You think that murderers, people who commit premeditated murder, should be put in a cage for the rest of their life.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say all of them. Murderers with sufficient evidence that they are, in fact, the one, and they definitely premeditated it. Because there is a degree of, you can't exactly prove what's in these people's heads, but you can have a lot of evidence pointing towards it, which is why there's such faith in these systems.
Okay, my next question would be, what's the purpose of doing that?
To keep them away from larger society.
Okay, but I want to also keep them away from larger society until we can prove that they won't do it again. I mean, if they won't do it again, there's no point in keeping them in a cage, right?
Well, again, I think that the big thing that we're missing here is that for first degree murder, the idea behind it is that they had already thought through they had rationalized the murder, and someone who can rationalize murder once, there's a larger risk, especially for within a larger or even a larger fear in a larger population that they will commit it again.
What if psychiatrists analyze this person and decide they are not at a let's say it's been years, and and psychiatrists analyze this person and say, we've decided that this person is not at any significant risk of doing this ever again.
And of course,
They should be let out.
yeah, however unlikely that may be.
Okay, so then it sounds like we are in agreement that they should be separated from society and rehabilitated and reintegrated.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the original argument was your point being that laws are threats, and
It is.
My argument is that laws are protections, even for the people that they would be used, or again for people who would see them as threats.
Well, you just said you'd be fine if a murderer spent the rest of their life in jail.
Yes, but a murderer who had been through the whole prosecution, who had their day in court, who had
We're on the same page. We're on the same page as far as We're on the same page as far as this person having been proven guilty. They are guilty. They did it. In this hypothetical, there is undeniable evidence that they committed premeditated murder for an unjustified reason, right?
Hmm?
We got that.
But my argument lies in that whole process is the protection for these people. The law itself is the protection. That's what that is. That's the law.
It's a threat.
That's
Because
if it were
the law very clearly outlines what the punishment is for murder, right?
not always. We have murderers who
Yes, it does. There's a minimum sentencing. There's a minimum sentencing.
There are murderers who walk free.
I understand that, but they walk free after after being forcibly put into a cage, tortured in many cases, and then they get to walk free. They get violence inflicted upon them.
What was the point in bringing up the torture?
But the point is they're getting violence inflicted upon them. I think that any violence inflicted upon a murderer should be, first of all, the minimal amount possible, and second, the minimal amount required to keep the rest of the public safe. It's self-defense at that point. It's societal defense, right? You're ensuring public safety, right? And I think we agree on that. But the point of the law is not to ensure public safety. It's to punish people, right?
The purpose of the law is to protect the citizens who are who exist underneath the law. If the purpose of the law wasn't to do that, we wouldn't need trials. We would just have self-execution for it. The state wouldn't have to go.
Well, the trial proves that they did it, right? You want to make sure that you prove that they did it.
Yes,
we can all agree on that.
Requires a specific degree of proof for the trial to even start.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the goal of the law is not to rehabilitate people. It's to say you cannot do this, or else we will inflict violence upon you.
So you believe that laws themselves are entirely just determining what you can and can't do as a society?
I mean, what other purpose do they... Well, when you say what we can and can't do, as dictated by the violence that the state will inflict upon you, yes.
So you don't believe that laws themselves are not concessions from the state to the people who make up the state?
Concessions from the state to the people who make up the... Can you explain that a little better?
Because if the laws themselves... If the state really needed to enforce just via the violence in the power it holds, why write this stuff down? Why not just have the laws be self-evident? Why require proof?
I really don't think most laws need to be written down. Everybody knows not to kill unjustifiably.
Well, what does that mean? What does unjustifiably killing mean?
It's a good question. We would have to decide that in a court of law. Well, there we go, a court of law. I guess I just own myself. We'd have to decide that at somehow. In our current system, it's a court of law. But somehow we would have to decide whether or not it was justified.
This court of law, because that we have deemed through evolution that is the best way we've come up with up until now.
I think here's what I think. Evidence needs to be presented that this person actually committed an offense. We'll call it an offense, like killing somebody unjustifiably, murdering somebody, right?
The evidence is sufficient. What can be admitted as evidence?
What can be?
Yeah. What would we believe is? What would constitute evidence in this?
It's a good question. I'm not an expert in law, or in investigations, but you know, I guess the basic answer would be whatever proves they did it. Like if you have like genetic samples of like fingerprints, I think that'd be admissible, right? Blood spatterings. We have experts who have studied this stuff, look over the crime scene and determine what happened from that. And then that's the best we can go off of.
Again, I think you're making my argument for me, because the necessity for all of these is the part of the law that I'm talking about. Is
But-
the defense, the protection that the law provides, even the accused.
Let's say that there's no law against murder. There's no laws at all. Let's just say that we live in a lawless society, okay? There are no written laws. Let's say that somebody kills somebody else. We don't know if it's murder, but somebody's dead. They turn up dead. We have a body. We know that somebody killed them, okay? There are people who investigate these things. They try to find out who...
Lawless society. How
Yeah.
do we know the people who investigated the things actually are qualified to do what they're doing?
They have training.
By whom? It's a lawless society. How
By
do we
colleges,
know
I
what
would
the
assume.
people-
By institutions who are qualified to provide that training.
How are they qualified? How do we know?
How do you know they're qualified now?
Because we have laws that ensure that there is a specific degree of quality in these institutions.
Who wrote those laws?
I don't know. I'd have to look them
You
up.
don't even know who wrote them, and yet you trust them. Right?
Well, I mean, it lasted this long.
Okay. Listen, I meant to only make this 10 minutes. It's gone on a little longer than that, but it is interesting. If you'd like to set up a more extended discussion about this, we absolutely can. You there?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
No, you're good. But it is interesting, though. That's why I let it go on a little longer. But I'm going to come off here, unless somebody else wants to come up. But I'm going to come off of here and do some gaming.
All right. Well,
All right.
see you later.
All right. Thank you very much for coming up. You have a good one. All right. If anybody's still here, thank you very much for joining. I am going to go with my chat and probably do League of Legends. So have a good night, everybody. Okay, I want to do one game of League, and then I'm out. Who's up for League? Who's up for some League of Legends? I've been trying to get better at Jax. I'm gonna do some Jax. It's normal queue. I'm not doing ranked. Have fun, we'll do. Alright, let's do this. Because apparently Mordekaiser, from what I've heard, is great at low elos, like me, but at higher elos, not so much. So I'm trying to switch over to Jax. I tried Darius, but he's just not... For some reason, he just doesn't click with me. Who ban? I don't feel like playing against the Pantheon again. I played against the Pantheon earlier, and I did fine. We won the game. But Pantheon is such a fucking pain to deal with. Ramish ban, that's an interesting one. I don't know anything about Locke. We'll put me here. Put chat. Yeah, here, we'll put chat under me. Actually, I don't think there's anything in the bottom left, is there? chat above me? I think that's fine. I don't know anything about Samira. I really should just like go through some of these champions and figure out their kits, because I don't know anything about some of these champions. I played Vex once, so I really should know more about her than I do. But I don't, so... I also discovered, going top lane, you actually want to take Ignite. Because, you get a teleport anyway once you finish your lane objective or whatever it's called. You get a teleport tied to V. Not Mundo. Oh boy. Okay. Well, at least I know how to play against Mundo, sort of. Okay, so what I'm trying to work on... Big things. Two big things that I need to work on. Map awareness... and jungler position. In my opinion. There we go. Also, people were saying my voice is deeper today. I appreciate you saying so. I don't know why it is, but I'll take it. I like having a deep voice. Yeah, one game, and then I have to get homework done. There is a little bit of homework still that I have to do. And I just want to make sure that gets turned in before 5.5 hours from now. It will not take me 5.5 hours. In fact, if anything, it'll take me like 1 hour, if that. But I just want to make sure that it's done. Okay, so he's going Ghost Teleport. So big thing, we want to avoid the Q. We're avoiding the Q. We're trying to dominate lane, shove the top lane as hard as possible. Jax is a split pusher at heart. He does well in team fights, but I think he's a split pusher at heart. Okay, let's do this thing. Ooh, blade or shield? I'm going blade. We're gonna go aggro. Thank you, Dubsy.
I'm not here to clean up your messes. This is a mop.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
This is probably not a good idea.
Minions have spawned.
I'm gonna do it anyway. Goodbye.
Could go for a boiled egg right about now.
Okay, so he chunked a little bit of his health throwing that Q, so that's good.
Well, the end of the world isn't gonna stop itself.
Okay, that was an interesting Q.
Be embarrassing if you pulled something.
Good trade. Excellent trade.
You got shot.
Damn it. That's okay. We just want to get 2 before he does. He got 2. Alas. We move on.
First blood.
We got a nice slow push going. I figured that was coming. Yeah, take that. The nice thing is he has to chunk his health in order to trade with us right now. Like later it won't matter, but right now it does. Ah shit, that was a bad trade. I wanted that cannon though. I thought I could bait out his Q. Fuck. Okay, well this is shitty. This is shitty. Okay, we're losing now. It's okay. He's pushing the lane towards me, so it's fine. Come on. We farm under tower and we go B. Damn it.
Some say I'm battle hardened.
An enemy has been slain.
We go B.
Every weapon, bested every opponent.
You go away! That's what I thought. So fucking annoying. It's an interesting choice, though. Okay, we go... aggro. 2 swords. He's gonna have an early lead thanks to TP. That's fine. We're losing these minions, oh well.
An ally has been slain.
Sky looks mighty free of void.
Damn it. Damn it. Can you not? Alright, we'll get a slow push going from this.
These old bones haven't failed me yet.
Alright, we're both 5. He's gonna get 6 before I do. It's okay. Jax is a late game champ. I was a little ambitious. Goodbye. Okay, good trade, good trade. Damn it. I gotta avoid those Qs. Here, we'll drop a ward here.
Last light of a
Yeah, those Qs are devastating.
defense.
An ally has been slain.
Goodbye.
Now it's my turn.
I've established lane dominance. This is good. Okay, he's gonna stay. That's an interesting choice.
Ally has been slain.
I'm not warded. This is really stupid. I'm not warded.
Nothing wrong with a rifle feat. Could never find one myself.
Map awareness. Okay, well... he just gets to heal for free, so that's pretty cool. Shit. Oh, I'm so boned. Okay, I cannot let him hit me again. And I gotta hit those E's. Oh, fuck me, dude. Okay, he's dominating. I can't risk it. I can't risk it. I just gotta let it push.
Might have to make another heroic last stand.
God damn it. Okay.
I'll test their mettle against my fire.
I just gotta let this wave push into me. He's gonna try to... oh, fuck me. Try it.
Watch this.
That was an interesting choice by him. He did get the plating though, which kind of sucks.
Always a reason. On even on.
Damn it. I'm not doing the best. Okay, I gotta be. If I don't be, I'm gonna be dead.
Got my fishing pole.
Okay, he's winning lane right now, but that's okay.
Enemy killing spree.
Picked up a few
An
tricks.
ally has been slain.
Okay, I can't beat him right now because he's 8 and also winning lane. God damn it.
Shut down.
Okay, he's just gonna shove up the lane. That's fine by me. I'll farm under tower.
Sword and shield beats old faithful.
It's okay. We'll make our comeback later.
Just go for a boiled
I'm not getting involved in that. He's fucked. He's fucked. No thanks. Nice.
world isn't gonna stop itself.
That was a good trade. Very good trade. Okay, he popped his ult, but so did we. I thought I hit F. Nope. God damn it. If he hits me again, I'm fucked. I gotta go B. This is not going well. I think we might lose the tower. I'm not good at jacks, as it turns out. Sorry, Dubsy, I haven't seen what you were saying up until now.
Gods, they all bleed the same.
Enemy rampage.
He's not doing that much better, is the good thing. He's not doing that much better. We can still come back from this. Just want to push a little.
An enemy has been
God
slain.
damn it. Okay, missed both. That's cool. I need to be more decisive. I can't take him right now. Fuck, dude.
Old man with a lamp coming through.
That's so fucking annoying.
Next fool to ask about my fate is a mouthful of lamp.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm out. I'm out, I'm out, I'm out. Come on, come on, I'm out. E? I can't. I can't. I don't know how I lost lane this bad. I have no idea how this happened. I'm just not good at jacks. He's kicking my ass, dude. Here comes Briar to get the free kill for him. Please get out.
Gotta keep limber in my
An enemy is gone.
I just gotta focus on what I can still do.
Enemy killing spree.
I really don't know where this went wrong. I really don't. But it went horribly wrong somewhere. I don't have any vision. So I should not be here. Goodbye. I really need a Triforce. I really need Triforce.
hardly.
Okay, so there's no way that I'm beating Mundo right now. I know that for a fact.
Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill.
So I think the plan right now is just keep farming under tower. I should not have jumped right there. Okay, whatever, he's gone.
Learned every weapon, bested every opponent.
Your turret has
I'm
been
gonna go mid. Fuck me.
Yeah, I see ya. I'm out. Gotta sharpen my lens.
An ally has been slain.
Living through rough times makes you appreciate the simple things, like good company or a
An
hard-boiled egg.
enemy is legendary. An enemy has been slain.
Think you can beat me?
Enemy is dominating.
Mighty free, boy. You're welcome.
Don't FF, please. We can still do this.
Quit fighting clean. Healing juice.
Okay, he just blew his ult.
Inflation's really getting out of control.
Your turret has been destroyed.
These old foes haven't failed me yet.
Gonna go back top. Push it out as much as I can. Why are they fighting right there? Why are they fighting right there?
An ally has been slain.
I don't know why they would fight right there. I really don't. Okay, well I can realistically only do... Oh wait, there's Mel. No thanks. Fight under the tower, please. Why are you there? Why are you there? I'm not going into that. No, no, get out, get out. Nope. That's bad news. Am I just bad? Am I just bad at this game?
An ally has been slain.
Wait a second. Forgot my fishing pole.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay.
An enemy is gone.
That was a bad idea. Okay, well, FF. Whatever.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Defeat.
I can't end on that. What did I do wrong? I mean, the entire team did bad. But clearly I did something wrong during lane. Because Mundo fucking barreled me. Do I go again? I don't know. You know what? If I go again, I'm gonna do it off stream. I gotta figure out what the fuck went wrong. I'm just gonna call it here for stream. Ending on a bit of a low note, but whatever. I'm gonna skip the raid. If you are still here, thank you very much for watching. Love you guys. Sorry to end on such a low note. I gotta get better at jacks. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I will try and work on myself and figure this out. I'm great at Mordekaiser. I don't know what the deal is with jacks though. Why I'm having such a rough time. I think I'm playing him wrong. All right. Well, you all take care. I'm ending stream. Goodbye.